Chapter 1 of The Mayor of Casterbridge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. Chapter 1. One evening of late summer, before the 19th century had reached 1/3 of its span, a young man and woman, the latter carrying a child, were approaching the large village of Weydon Priors, in Upper Wessex, on foot. They were plainly but not ill clad, though the thick hoar of dust which had accumulated on their shoes and garments from an obviously long journey lent a disadvantageous shabbiness to their appearance just now. The man was of fine figure, swarthy and stern in aspect, and he showed in profile a facial angle so slightly inclined as to be almost perpendicular. He wore a short jacket of brown corduroy, newer than the remainder of his suit, which was a fustian waistcoat with white horn buttons, breeches of the same, tanned leggings, and a straw hat overlaid with black glazed canvas. At his back he carried by a looped strap a rush basket, from which protruded at one end the crutch of a hay knife, a wimble for hay bonds being also visible in the aperture. His measured, springless walk was the walk of the skilled countryman, as distinct from the desultory shamble of the general labourer, while in the turn and plant of each foot there was, further, a dogged and cynical indifference personal to himself, showing its presence even in the regularly interchanging fustian folds, now in the left leg, now in the right, as he paced along. What was really peculiar, however, in this couple's progress, and would have attracted the attention of any casual observer otherwise disposed to overlook them, was the perfect silence they preserved. They walked side by side in such a way as to suggest afar off the low, easy, confidential chat of people full of reciprocity, but on closer view it could be discerned that the man was reading, or pretending to read, a ballad sheet which he kept before his eyes with some difficulty by the hand that was passed through the basket strap. Whether this apparent cause were the real cause, or whether it were an assumed one to escape an intercourse that would have been irksome to him, nobody but himself could have said precisely. But his taciturnity was unbroken, and the woman enjoyed no society whatever from his presence. Virtually she walked the highway alone, save for the child she bore. Sometimes the man's bent elbow almost touched her shoulder, for she kept as close to his side as was possible without actual contact, but she seemed to have no idea of taking his arm, nor he of offering it, and far from exhibiting surprise at his ignoring silence, she appeared to receive it as a natural thing. If any word at all were uttered by the little group, it was an occasional whisper of the woman to the child, a tiny girl in short clothes and blue boots of knitted yarn, and the murmured babble of the child in reply. The chief, almost the only, attraction of the young woman's face was its mobility. When she looked down sideways to the girl she became pretty, and even handsome, particularly that in the action her features caught slantwise the rays of the strongly coloured sun, which made transparencies of her eyelids and nostrils, and set fire on her lips. When she plodded on in the shade of the hedge, silently thinking, she had the hard, half-apathetic expression of one who deems anything possible at the hands of time and chance, except perhaps fair play. The first phase was the work of nature, the second probably of civilization. That the man and woman were husband and wife, and the parents of the girl in arms, there could be little doubt. No other than such relationship would have accounted for the atmosphere of stale familiarity which the trio carried along with them like a nimbus as they moved down the road. The wife mostly kept her eyes fixed ahead, though with little interest. the scene, for that matter, being one that might have been matched at almost any spot in any county in England at this time of the year. A road, neither straight nor crooked, neither level nor hilly, bordered by hedges, trees, and other vegetation, which had entered the blackened green stage of colour that the doomed leaves pass through on their way to dingy and yellow and red. The grassy margin of the bank and the nearest hedgerow boughs were powdered by the dust that had been stirred over them by hasty vehicles, the same dust as it lay on the road, deadening their footfalls like a carpet. And this, with the aforesaid total absence of conversation, allowed every extraneous sound to be heard. For a long time there was none, beyond the voice of a weak bird singing a trite old evening song that might doubtless have been heard on the hill at the same hour, and with the self-same trills, quavers, and breves, at any sunset of that season for centuries untold. But as they approached the village, sundry distant shouts and rattles reached their ears, from some elevated spot in that direction, as yet screened from view by foliage. When the outlying houses of Weydon Priors could just be described, the family group was met by a turnip-hoer, with his hoe on his shoulder, and his dinner-bag suspended from it. The reader promptly glanced up. "Any trade doing here?" he asked phlegmatically, designating the village in his van by a wave of the broadsheet. And, thinking the labourer did not understand him, he added, "Anything in the hay-trussing line?" The turnip-hoer had already begun shaking his head. "Why, save the man, what wisdom's in him that ha' come to Weydon for a job of that sort this time o' year?" "Then is there any house to let, a little small new cottage just a builded, or such like?" asked the other. The pessimist still maintained a negative. "Pullin' down is more the natur o' Weydon. There were 5 houses cleared away last year, and 3 this, and the volk nowhere to go, no, not so much as a thatched hurdle. That's the way o' Weydon Priors." The hay-trusser, which he obviously was, nodded with some superciliousness. Looking towards the village, he continued, "There is something going on here, however, is there not?" "Aye, 'tis fair day, though what you hear now is little more than the clatter and scurry o' getting away the money o' children and fools, for the real business is done earlier than this. I've been workin' within sound o't all day, but I didn't go up, not I. 'Twas no business o' mine." The trusser and his family proceeded on their way, and soon entered the fair field, which showed standing places and pens, where many hundreds of horses and sheep had been exhibited and sold in the forenoon, but were now in great part taken away. At present, as their informant had observed, but little real business remained on hand, the chief being the sale by auction of a few inferior animals that could not otherwise be disposed of, and had been absolutely refused by the better class of traders, who came and went early. Yet the crowd was denser now than during the morning hours. The frivolous contingent of visitors, including journeymen out for a holiday, a stray soldier or two come on furlough, village shopkeepers, and the like, having latterly flocked in, persons whose activities found a congenial field among the peep-shows, toy-stands, wax-works, inspired monsters, disinterested medical men who travelled for the public good, thimble-riggers, knick-knack vendors, and readers of fate. Neither of our pedestrians had much heart for these things, and they looked around for a refreshment tent among the many which dotted the town. 2, which stood nearest to them in the ochreous haze of expiring sunlight, seemed almost equally inviting. One was formed of new milk-hued canvas, and bore red flags on its summit. It announced good home-brewed beer, ale, and cider. The other was less new. A little iron stove-pipe came out of it at the back, and in front appeared the placard, "Good Furmity sold here." The man mentally weighed the 2 inscriptions, and inclined to the former tent. "No, no, the other one," said the woman. I always like furmity, and so does Elizabeth Jane, and so will you. It is nourishing after a long, hard day." "I've never tasted it," said the man. However, he gave way to her representations, and they entered the furmity booth forthwith. A rather numerous company appeared within, seated at the long narrow tables that ran down the tent on each side. At the upper end stood a stove containing a charcoal fire, over which hung a large three-legged crock, sufficiently polished round the rim to show that it was made of bell metal. A haggish creature of about 50 presided, in a white apron, which, as it threw an air of respectability over her as far as it extended, was made so wide as to reach nearly round her waist. She slowly stirred the contents of the pot. The dull scrape of her large spoon was audible throughout the tent as she thus kept from burning the mixture of corn in the grain, flour, milk, raisins, currants, and what not, that composed the antiquated slop in which she dealt. Vessels holding the separate ingredients stood on a white-clothed table of boards and trestles close by. The young man and woman ordered a basin each of the mixture, steaming hot, and sat down to consume it at leisure. This was very well so far, for furmity, as the woman had said, was nourishing, and as proper a food as could be obtained within the 4 seas, though to those not accustomed to it, the grains of wheat, swollen as large as lemon pips, which floated on its surface, might have a deterrent effect at first. But there was more in that tent than met the cursory glance, and the man, with the instinct of a perverse character, scented it quickly. After a mincing attack on his bowl, he watched the hag's proceedings from the corner of his eye, and saw the game she played. He winked to her, and passed up his basin in reply to her nod. When she took a bottle from under the table, slyly measured out a quantity of its contents, and tipped the same into the man's furmity. The liquor poured in was rum. The man as slyly sent back money in payment. He found the concoction, thus strongly laced, much more to his satisfaction than it had been in its natural state. His wife had observed the proceeding with much uneasiness, but he persuaded her to have hers laced also, and she agreed to a milder allowance after some misgiving. The man finished his basin and called for another, the rum being signalled for in yet stronger proportion. The effect of it was soon apparent in his manner, and his wife but too sadly perceived that in strenuously steering off the rocks of the licensed liquor tent, she had only got into maelstrom depths here amongst the smugglers. The child began to prattle impatiently, and the wife more than once said to her husband, "Michael, how about our lodging? You know we may have trouble in getting it if we don't go soon." But he turned a deaf ear to those bird-like chirpings. He talked loud to the company. The child's black eyes, after slow, round, ruminating gazes at the candles, when they were lighted, fell together. Then they opened, then shut again, and she slept. At the end of the first basin the man had risen to serenity. At the second he was jovial. At the third, argumentative. At the fourth, the qualities signified by the shape of his face, the occasional clench of his mouth, and the fiery spark of his dark eye began to tell in his conduct. He was overbearing, even brilliantly quarrelsome. The conversation took a high turn, as it often does on such occasions. The ruin of good men by bad wives, and, more particularly, the frustration of many a promising youth's high aims and hopes and the extinction of his energies by an early imprudent marriage, was the theme. "I did for myself that way thoroughly," said the trusser with a contemplative bitterness that was well nigh resentful. "I married at 18, like the fool that I was, and this is the consequence of it." He pointed at himself and family with a wave of the hand, intended to bring out the penuriousness of the exhibition. The young woman, his wife, who seemed accustomed to such remarks, acted as if she did not hear them, and continued her intermittent private words of tender trifles to the sleeping and waking child, who was just big enough to be placed for a moment on the bench beside her when she wished to ease her arms. The man continued, "I haven't more than 15 shillings in the world, and yet I am a good experienced hand in my line. I'd challenge England to beat me in the fodder business, and if I were a free man again, I'd be worth £1,000 before I'd done o' it. But a fellow never knows these little things till all chance of acting upon 'em is past." The auctioneer selling the old horses in the field outside could be heard saying, "Now this is the last lot. Now who'll take the last lot for a song? Shall I say 40 shillings? 'Tis a very promising brood mare, a trifle over 5 years old, and nothing the matter with the hoss at all, except that she's a little holler in the back, and had her left eye knocked out by the kick of another, her own sister, coming along the road." "For my part, I don't see why men who have got wives and don't want 'em shouldn't get rid of 'em, as these gypsy fellows do their old horses," said the man in the tent. "Why shouldn't they put 'em up and sell 'em by auction to men who are in need of such articles, hey? Why, begad, I'd sell mine this minute if anybody would buy her." "There's them that would do that," some of the guests replied, looking at the woman, who was by no means ill-favoured. "True," said a smoking gentleman, whose coat had the fine polish about the collar, elbows, seams, and shoulder-blades that long-continued friction with grimy surfaces will produce, and which is usually more desired on furniture than on clothes. From his appearance he had possibly been in former time groom or coachman to some neighbouring county family. "I've had my breedings in as good circles, I may say, as any man," he added, "and I know true cultivation, or nobody do, and I can declare she's got it, in the bone, mind ye, I say, as much as any female in the fair, though it may want a little bringing out." Then, crossing his legs, he resumed his pipe, with a nicely adjusted gaze at a point in the air. The fuddled young husband stared for a few seconds at this unexpected praise of his wife, half in doubt of the wisdom of his own attitude towards the possessor of such qualities. But he speedily lapsed into his former conviction, and said harshly, "Well, then, now is your chance. I am open to an offer for this gem o' creation." She turned to her husband and murmured, "Michael, you have talked this nonsense in public places before. A joke is a joke, but you may make it once too often, mind." "I know I've said it before. I meant it. All I want is a buyer." At the moment a swallow, one among the last of the season, which had by chance found its way through an opening into the upper part of the tent, flew to and fro in quick curves above their heads, causing all eyes to follow it absently. In watching the bird till it made its escape, the assembled company neglected to respond to the workman's offer, and the subject dropped. But a quarter of an hour later, the man, who had gone on lacing his furmity more and more heavily, though he was either so strong-minded or such an intrepid toper that he still appeared fairly sober, recurred to the old strain, as in a musical fantasy the instrument fetches up the original theme. "Here, I am waiting to know about this offer of mine. The woman is no good to me. Who'll have her?" The company had by this time decidedly degenerated, and the renewed inquiry was received with a laugh of appreciation. The woman whispered; she was imploring and anxious. "Come, come, it is getting dark, and this nonsense won't do. If you don't come along, I shall go without you. Come." She waited and waited, yet he did not move. In 10 minutes the man broke in upon the desultory conversation of the furmity drinkers with, "I asked this question, and nobody answered to it. Will any Jack Rag or Tom Straw among ye buy my goods?" The woman's manner changed, and her face assumed the grim shape and colour of which mention has been made. "Mike, Mike," she said, "this is getting serious. Oh, too serious." "Will anybody buy her?" said the man. "I wish somebody would," said she, firmly. "Her present owner is not at all to her liking." "Nor you to mine," said he. "So we are agreed about that. Gentlemen, you hear? It's an agreement to part. She shall take the girl if she wants to, and go her ways. I'll take my tools and go my ways. 'Tis simple as Scripture history. Now then, stand up, Susan, and show yourself." "Don't, my child," whispered a buxom stay-lace dealer in voluminous petticoats, who sat near the woman. "Your good man don't know what he's saying." The woman, however, did stand up. "Now, who's auctioneer?" cried the hay-dresser. "I be," promptly answered a short man with a nose resembling a copper knob, a damp voice, and eyes like buttonholes. "Who'll make an offer for this lady?" The woman looked on the ground as if she maintained her position by a supreme effort of will. "5 shillings," said someone, at which there was a laugh. "No insults," said the husband. "Who'll say a guinea?" Nobody answered, and the female dealer in staylaces interposed. "Behave yourself moral, good man, for heaven's love. Ah, what a cruelty is the poor soul married to! Bed and board is dear at some figures, 'pon my vation 'tis." "Set it higher, auctioneer," said the trusser. "2 guineas," said the auctioneer, and no one replied. "If they don't take her for that, in 10 seconds they'll have to give more," said the husband. "Very well. Now, auctioneer, add another." "3 guineas, going for 3 guineas," said the roomy man. "No bid," said the husband. "Good Lord, why, she's cost me 50 times the money, if a penny. Go on." "4 guineas," cried the auctioneer. "I'll tell you what, I won't sell her for less than 5," said the husband, bringing down his fist so that the basins danced. "I'll sell her for 5 guineas to any man that will pay me the money and treat her well, and he shall have her for ever, and never hear aught o' me. But she shan't go for less. Now then, 5 guineas, and she's yours. Susan, you agree?" She bowed her head with absolute indifference. "5 guineas," said the auctioneer, "or she'll be withdrawn. Do anybody give it? The last time. Yes or no?" "Yes," said a loud voice from the doorway. All eyes were turned. Standing in the triangular opening which formed the door of the tent was a sailor, who, unobserved by the rest, had arrived there within the last 2 or 3 minutes. A dead silence followed his affirmation. "You say you do?" asked the husband, staring at him. "I say so," replied the sailor. "Saying is one thing, and paying is another. Where's the money?" The sailor hesitated a moment, looked anew at the woman, came in, unfolded 5 crisp pieces of paper, and threw them down upon the tablecloth. They were Bank of England notes for £5. Upon the face of this he clinked down the shillings severally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sight of real money in full amount, in answer to a challenge for the same, till then deemed slightly hypothetical, had a great effect upon the spectators. Their eyes became riveted upon the faces of the chief actors, and then upon the notes as they lay, weighted by the shillings, on the table. Up to this moment it could not positively have been asserted that the man, in spite of his tantalizing declaration, was really in earnest. The spectators had indeed taken the proceedings throughout as a piece of mirthful irony carried to extremes, and had assumed that, being out of work, he was, as a consequence, out of temper with the world and society and his nearest kin. But with the demand and response of real cash, the jovial frivolity of the scene departed. A lurid colour seemed to fill the tent and change the aspect of all therein. The mirth wrinkles left the listeners' faces, and they waited with parting lips. "Now," said the woman, breaking the silence so that her low, dry voice sounded quite loud, "before you go further, Michael, listen to me. If you touch that money, I and this girl go with the man. Mind, it is a joke no longer." "A joke!" "Of course it is not a joke," shouted her husband, his resentment rising at her suggestion. "I take the money, the sailor takes you. That's plain enough. It has been done elsewhere, and why not here?" "'Tis quite on the understanding that the young woman is willing," said the sailor blandly. "I wouldn't hurt her feelings for the world." "Faith, nor I," said her husband. "But she is willing, provided she can have the child. She said so only the other day when I talked o' it." "That you swear?" said the sailor to her. "I do," said she, after glancing at her husband's face, and seeing no repentance there. "Very well. She shall have the child, and the bargain's complete," said the trusser. He took the sailor's notes, and deliberately folded them, and put them with the shillings in a high remote pocket, with an air of finality. The sailor looked at the woman and smiled. "Come along," he said kindly. "The little one too, the more the merrier." She paused for an instant, with a close glance at him. Then, dropping her eyes again, and saying nothing, she took up the child and followed him as he made towards the door. On reaching it, she turned, and pulling off her wedding ring, flung it across the booth in the hay trusser's face. "Mike," she said, "I've lived with thee a couple of years and had nothing but temper. Now I'm no more to 'ee. I'll try my luck elsewhere. 'Twill be better for me and Elizabeth Jane both. So good-bye." Seizing the sailor's arm with her right hand, and mounting the little girl on her left, she went out of the tent, sobbing bitterly. A stolid look of concern filled the husband's face, as if, after all, he had not quite anticipated this ending, and some of the guests laughed. "Is she gone?" he said. "Faith, aye, she's gone clane enough," said some rustics near the door. He rose and walked to the entrance with the careful tread of one conscious of his alcoholic load. Some others followed, and they stood looking into the twilight. The difference between the peacefulness of inferior nature and the wilful hostilities of mankind was very apparent at this place. In contrast with the harshness of the act just ended within the tent, was the sight of several horses crossing their necks and rubbing each other lovingly, as they waited in patience to be harnessed for the homeward journey. Outside the fair, in the valleys and woods, all was quiet. The sun had recently set, and the west heaven was hung with rosy cloud, which seemed permanent, yet slowly changed. To watch it was like looking at some grand feat of stagery from a darkened auditorium. In presence of this scene after the other, there was a natural instinct to abjure man as the blot on an otherwise kindly universe, till it was remembered that all terrestrial conditions were intermittent, and that mankind might some night be innocently sleeping when these quiet objects were raging loud. "Where do the sailor live?" asked a spectator when they had vainly gazed around. "God knows that," replied the man who had seen high life. "He's without doubt a stranger here." "He came in about 5 minutes ago," said the furmity woman, joining the rest with her hands on her hips. "And then he stepped back, and then he looked in again. I'm not a penny the better for him." "Serves the husband well, be right," said the staylace vendor. "A comely, respectable body like her, what can a man want more? I glory in the woman's sperrit. I'd ha' done it myself, od send if I wouldn't, if a husband had behaved so to me. I'd go, and 'a might call and call till his keycorn was raw, but I'd never come back. No, not till the great trumpet would I." "Well, the woman will be better off," said another of a more deliberative turn, "for seafaring natures be very good shelter for shorn lambs, and the man do seem to have plenty of money, which is what she's not been used to lately by all showings." "Mark me, I'll not go after her," said the trusser, returning doggedly to his seat. "Let her go. If she's up to such vagaries, she must suffer for 'em. She'd no business to take the maid. 'Tis my maid, and if it were the doing again, she wouldn't have her." Perhaps from some little sense of having countenanced an indefensible proceeding, perhaps because it was late, The customers thinned away from the tent shortly after this episode. The man stretched his elbows forward on the table, leant his face upon his arms, and soon began to snore. The furmity seller decided to close for the night, and after seeing the rum bottles, milk, corn, raisins, etc., that remained on hand loaded into the cart, came to where the man reclined. She shook him, but could not wake him. As the tent was not to be struck that night, the fair continuing for 2 or 3 days, she decided to let the sleeper, who was obviously no tramp, stay where he was, and his basket with him. Extinguishing the last candle, and lowering the flap of the tent, she left it, and drove away. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 2. The morning sun was streaming through the crevices of the canvas when the man awoke. A warm glow pervaded the whole atmosphere of the marquee, and a single big blue fly buzzed musically round and round it. Besides the buzz of the fly, there was not a sound. He looked about, at the benches, at the table supported by trestles, at his basket of tools, at the stove where the furmity had been boiled, at the empty basins, at some shed grains of wheat, at the corks which dotted the grassy floor. Among the odds and ends he discerned a little shining object, and picked it up. It was his wife's ring. A confused picture of the events of the previous evening seemed to come back to him, and he thrust his hand into his breast pocket. A rustling revealed the sailor's bank-notes thrust carelessly in. This second verification of his dim memories was enough. He knew now they were not dreams. He remained seated, looking on the ground for some time. "I must get out of this as soon as I can," he said deliberately at last, with the air of one who could not catch his thoughts without pronouncing them. "She's gone, to be sure she is, gone with that sailor who bought her, and little Elizabeth Jane. We walked here, and I had the furmity, and rum in it, and sold her. Yes, that's what happened, and here am I. Now, what am I to do? Am I sober enough to walk, I wonder?" He stood up, found that he was in fairly good condition for progress, unencumbered. Next he shouldered his tool basket, and found he could carry it. Then, lifting the tent door, he emerged into the open air. Here the man looked around with gloomy curiosity. The freshness of the September morning inspired and braced him as he stood. He and his family had been weary when they arrived the night before, and they had observed but little of the place, so that he now beheld it as a new thing. It exhibited itself as the top of an open down, bounded on one extreme by a plantation, and approached by a winding road. At the bottom stood the village which lent its name to the upland and the annual fair that was held thereon. The spot stretched downward into valleys and onward to other uplands, dotted with barrows and trenched with the remains of prehistoric forts. The whole scene lay under the rays of a newly risen sun, which had not as yet dried a single blade of the heavily dewed grass, whereon the shadows of the yellow and red vans were projected far away, those thrown by the felloe of each wheel being elongated in shape to the orbit of a comet. All the gypsies and showmen who had remained on the ground lay snug within their carts and tents, or wrapped in horsecloths under them, and were silent and still as death, with the exception of an occasional snore that revealed their presence. But the seven sleepers had a dog, and dogs of the mysterious breeds that vagrants own, that are as much like cats as dogs, and as much like foxes as cats, also lay about here. A little one started up under one of the carts, barked as a matter of principle, and quickly lay down again. He was the only positive spectator of the hay-trusser's exit from the Weydon Fairfield. This seemed to accord with his desire. He went on in silent thought, unheeding the yellow hammers which flitted about the hedges with straws in their bills, the crowns of the mushrooms, and the tinkling of local sheep bells, whose wearer had had the good fortune not to be included in the fair. When he reached a lane a good mile from the scene of the previous evening, the man pitched his basket and leant upon a gate. A difficult problem or two occupied his mind. Did I tell my name to anybody last night, or didn't I tell my name? He said to himself, and at last concluded that he did not. His general demeanour was enough to show how he was surprised and nettled that his wife had taken him so literally. As much could be seen in his face, and in the way he nibbled a straw which he pulled from the hedge. He knew that she must have been somewhat excited to do this. Moreover, she must have believed that there was some sort of binding force in the transaction. On this latter point he felt almost certain, knowing her freedom from levity of character and the extreme simplicity of her intellect. There may, too, have been enough recklessness and resentment beneath her ordinary placidity to make her stifle any momentary doubts. On a previous occasion, when he had declared, during a fuddle, that he would dispose of her as he had done, she had replied that she would not hear him say that many times more before it happened, in the resigned tones of a fatalist. "Yet she knows I am not in my senses when I do that!" he exclaimed. "Well, I must walk about till I find her, seize her. Why didn't she know better than to bring me into this disgrace?" he roared out. "She wasn't queer, if I was. 'Tis like Susan to show such idiotic simplicity. Meek! That meekness has done me more harm than the bitterest temper." When he was calmer, he turned to his original conviction that he must somehow find her and his little Elizabeth Jane, and put up with the shame as best he could. It was of his own making, and he ought to bear it. But first he resolved to register an oath, a greater oath than he had ever sworn before, and to do it properly he required a fit place and imagery, for there was something fetishistic in this man's beliefs. He shouldered his basket and moved on, casting his eyes inquisitively round upon the landscape as he walked, and at the distance of 3 or 4 miles perceived the roofs of a village and the tower of a church. He instantly made towards the latter object. The village was quite still, it being that motionless hour of rustic daily life which fills the interval between the departure of the field labourers to their work and the rising of their wives and daughters to prepare the breakfast for their return. Hence he reached the church without observation, and the door being only latched, he entered. The hay-trusser deposited his basket by the font, went up the nave till he reached the altar rails, and, opening the gate, entered the sacrarium, where he seemed to feel a sense of the strangeness for a moment. Then he knelt upon the footpace. Dropping his head upon the clamped book which lay on the communion table, he said aloud, "I, Michael Henchard, on this morning of the 16th of September, do take an oath before God here in this solemn place, that I will avoid all strong liquors for the space of 21 years to come, being a year for every year that I have lived. And this I swear upon the book before me, and may I be struck dumb, blind, and helpless if I break this my oath." When he had said it and kissed the big book, the hay-trusser arose, and seemed relieved at having made a start in a new direction. While standing in the porch a moment, he saw a thick jet of wood smoke suddenly start up from the red chimney of a cottage near, and knew that the occupant had just lit her fire. He went round to the door, and the housewife agreed to prepare him some breakfast for a trifling payment, which was done. Then he started on the search for his wife and child. The perplexing nature of the undertaking became apparent soon enough. Though he examined and inquired, and walked hither and thither day after day, no such characters as those he described had anywhere been seen since the evening of the fair. To add to the difficulty, he could gain no sound of the sailor's name. As money was short with him, he decided, after some hesitation, to spend the sailor's money in the prosecution of this search, but it was equally in vain. The truth was that a certain shyness of revealing his conduct prevented Michael Henchard from following up the investigation with the loud hue and cry such a pursuit demanded to render it effectual. And it was probably for this reason that he obtained no clue, though everything was done by him that did not involve an explanation of the circumstances under which he had lost her. Weeks counted up to months, and still he searched on, maintaining himself by small jobs of work in the intervals. By this time he had arrived at a seaport, and there he derived intelligence that persons answering somewhat to his description had emigrated a little time before. Then he said he would search no longer, and that he would go and settle in the district which he had had for some time in his mind. Next day he started, journeying southwestward, and did not pause, except for night's lodgings, till he reached the town of Casterbridge, in a far distant part of Wessex. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 3. The high road into the village of Weydon Priors was again carpeted with dust. The trees had put on, as of yore, their aspect of dingy green, and where the Henchard family of 3 had once walked along, 2 persons, not unconnected with the family, walked now. The scene in its broad aspect had so much of its previous character, even to the voices and rattle from the neighbouring village down, that it might, for that matter, have been the afternoon following the previously recorded episode. Change was only to be observed in details, but here it was obvious that a long procession of years had passed by. One of the 2 who walked the road was she who had figured as the young wife of Henchard on the previous occasion. Now her face had lost much of its rotundity. Her skin had undergone a textural change, and though her hair had not lost colour, it was considerably thinner than heretofore. She was dressed in the mourning clothes of a widow. Her companion, also in black, appeared as a well-formed young woman, about 18, completely possessed of that ephemeral precious essence, youth, which is itself beauty, irrespective of complexion or contour. A glance was sufficient to inform the eye that this was Susan Henchard's grown-up daughter. While life's middle summer had set its hardening mark on the mother's face, her former spring-like specialities were transferred so dexterously by time to the second figure, her child, that the absence of certain facts within her mother's knowledge from the girl's mind would have seemed for the moment, to one reflecting on those facts, to be a curious imperfection in nature's powers of continuity. They walked with joined hands, and it could be perceived that this was the act of simple affection. The daughter carried in her outer hand a withy basket of old-fashioned make, the mother a blue bundle, which contrasted oddly with her black stuff gown. Reaching the outskirts of the village, they pursued the same track as formerly, and ascended to the fair. Here, too, it was evident that the years had told. Certain mechanical improvements might have been noticed in the roundabouts and high flyers, machines for testing rustic strength and weight, and in the erections devoted to shooting for nuts. But the real business of the fair had considerably dwindled. The new periodical great markets of neighbouring towns were beginning to interfere seriously with the trade carried on here for centuries. The pens for sheep, the tie ropes for horses, were about half as long as they had been. The stalls of tailors, hosiers, coopers, linen drapers, and other such trades had almost disappeared, and the vehicles were far less numerous. The mother and daughter threaded the crowd for some little distance, and then stood still. "Why did we hinder our time by coming in here? I thought you wished to get onward," said the maiden. "Yes, my dear Elizabeth Jane," explained the other, "but I had a fancy for looking up here." "Why?" "It was here I first met with Newson, on such a day as this." "First met with father here? Yes, you have told me so before. And now he's drowned and gone from us." As she spoke, the girl drew a card from her pocket and looked at it with a sigh. It was edged with black, and inscribed within a design resembling a mural tablet were the words, "In affectionate memory of Richard Newson, mariner, who was unfortunately lost at sea in the month of November 184 , aged 41 years." "And it was here," continued her mother with more hesitation, "that I last saw the relation we are going to look for, Mr. Michael Henchard." "What is his exact kin to us, mother? I have never clearly had it told me." "He is, or was, for he may be dead, a connection by marriage," said her mother deliberately. "That's exactly what you have said a score of times before," replied the young woman, looking about her inattentively. "He's not a near relation, I suppose?" "Not by any means." "He was a hay trusser, wasn't he, when you last heard of him?" "He was." "I suppose he never knew me," the girl innocently continued. Mrs. Henchard paused for a moment, and answered uneasily, "Of course not, Elizabeth Jane. But come this way." She moved on to another part of the field. "It is not much use inquiring here for anybody, I should think," the daughter observed as she gazed round about. "People at fairs change like the leaves of trees, and I dare say you are the only one here to-day who was here all those years ago." "I am not so sure of that," said Mrs. Newson, as she now called herself, keenly eyeing something under a green bank a little way off. "See there." The daughter looked in the direction signified. The object pointed out was a tripod of sticks stuck into the earth, from which hung a three-legged crock, kept hot by a smouldering wood fire beneath. Over the pot stooped an old woman, haggard, wrinkled, and almost in rags. She stirred the contents of the pot with a large spoon, and occasionally croaked in a broken voice, "Good furmity sold here." It was indeed the former mistress of the furmity tent, once thriving, cleanly, white-aproned, and chinking with money, now tentless, dirty, owning no tables or benches, and having scarce any customers, except two small whitey-brown boys, who came up and asked for a ha'porth, please, good measure, which she served in a couple of chipped yellow basins of commonest clay. "She was here at that time," resumed Mrs. Newson, making a step as if to draw nearer. "Don't speak to her. It isn't respectable," urged the other. "I will just say a word. You, Elizabeth Jane, can stay here." The girl was not loath, and turned to some stalls of coloured prints while her mother went forward. The old woman begged for the latter's custom as soon as she saw her, and responded to Mrs. Henchard Newson's request for a pennyworth with more alacrity than she had shown in selling 6 pennyworths in her younger days. When the soi-disant widow had taken the basin of thin poor slop that stood for the rich concoction of the former time, the hag opened a little basket behind the fire, and looking up slyly, whispered, "Just a thought o' rum in it, smuggled, you know. Say 2 penn'orth. 'Twill make it slip down like cordial." Her customer smiled bitterly at this survival of the old trick, and shook her head with a meaning the old woman was far from translating. She pretended to eat a little of the furmity with the leaden spoon offered, and as she did so, said blandly to the hag, "You've seen better days?" "Ah, ma'am, well may ye say it," responded the old woman, opening the sluices of her heart forthwith. I've stood in this fair ground, maid, wife, and widow, these 39 years, and in that time have known what it was to do business with the richest stomachs in the land. Ma'am, you'd hardly believe that I was once the owner of a great pavilion tent that was the attraction of the fair. Nobody could come, nobody could go, without having a dish of Mrs. Goodenough's furmity. I knew the clergy's taste, the dandy gent's taste. I knew the town's taste, the country's taste. I even knowed the taste of the coarse, shameless females. But, Lord's my life, the world's no memory. Straightforward dealings don't bring profit. 'Tis the sly and the underhand that get on in these times. Mrs. Newson glanced round. Her daughter was still bending over the distant stalls. "Can you call to mind," she said cautiously to the old woman, "the sale of a wife by her husband in your tent 18 years ago to-day?" The hag reflected and half shook her head. "If it had been a big thing, I should ha' minded it in a moment," she said. "I can mind every serious fight o' married parties, every murder, every manslaughter, even every pocket-picking, leastwise large ones, that it has been my lot to witness. But a selling? Was it done quiet like?" "Well, yes, I think so." The furmity woman half shook her head again. "And yet," she said, "I do. At any rate, I can mind a man doing something of the sort. A man in a cord jacket with a basket o' tools. But Lord bless ye, we don't gie it headroom, we don't, such as that. The only reason why I can mind the man is that he came back here to the next year's fair and told me, quite private-like, that if a woman ever asked for him, I was to say he had gone to—where? Casterbridge. Yes, to Casterbridge, said he. But, Lord's my life, I shouldn't have thought of it again." Mrs. Newson would have rewarded the old woman as far as her small means afforded, had she not discreetly borne in mind that it was by that unscrupulous person's liquor her husband had been degraded. She briefly thanked her informant, and rejoined Elizabeth, who greeted her with, "Mother, do let's get on. It was hardly respectable for you to buy refreshments there. I see none but the lowest do." "I have learned what I wanted, however," said her mother quietly. "The last time our relative visited this fair, he said he was living at Casterbridge. It is a long, long way from here, and it was many years ago that he said it. But there I think we'll go." With this they descended out of the fair, and went onward to the village, where they obtained a night's lodging. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 4. Henchard's wife acted for the best, but she had involved herself in difficulties. 100 times she had been upon the point of telling her daughter Elizabeth Jane the true story of her life, the tragical crisis of which had been the transaction at Weydon Fair, when she was not much older than the girl now beside her. But she had refrained. An innocent maiden had thus grown up in the belief that the relations between the genial sailor and her mother were the ordinary ones that they had always appeared to be. The risk of endangering a child's strong affection by disturbing ideas which had grown with her growth was to Mrs. Henchard too fearful a thing to contemplate. It had seemed, indeed, folly to think of making Elizabeth Jane wise. But Susan Henchard's fear of losing her dearly loved daughter's heart by a revelation had little to do with any sense of wrong-doing on her own part. Her simplicity, the original ground of Henchard's contempt for her, had allowed her to live on in the conviction that Newson had acquired a morally real and justifiable right to her by his purchase, though the exact bearings and legal limits of that right were vague. It may seem strange to sophisticated minds that a sane young matron could believe in the seriousness of such a transfer, and were there not numerous other instances of the same belief, the thing might scarcely be credited. but she was by no means the first or last peasant woman who had religiously adhered to her purchaser, as too many rural records show. The history of Susan Henchard's adventures in the interim can be told in 2 or 3 sentences. Absolutely helpless, she had been taken off to Canada, where they had lived several years without any great worldly success, though she worked as hard as any woman could to keep their cottage cheerful and well provided. When Elizabeth Jane was about 12 years old, the 3 returned to England and settled at Falmouth, where Newson made a living for a few years as boatman and general handy-shoreman. He then engaged in the Newfoundland trade, and it was during this period that Susan had an awakening. A friend, to whom she confided her history, ridiculed her grave acceptance of her position, and all was over with her peace of mind. When Newson came home at the end of one winter, he saw that the delusion he had so carefully sustained had vanished forever. There was then a time of sadness in which she told him her doubts if she could live with him longer. Newson left home again on the Newfoundland trade when the season came round. The vague news of his loss at sea a little later on solved a problem which had become torture to her meek conscience. She saw him no more. Of Henchard they heard nothing. To the liege subjects of labour, the England of those days was a continent, and a mile a geographical degree. Elizabeth Jane developed early into womanliness. One day, a month or so after receiving intelligence of Newson's death off the bank of Newfoundland, when the girl was about 18, she was sitting on a willow chair in the cottage they still occupied, working twine nets for the fishermen. Her mother was in a back corner of the same room, engaged in the same labour, and, dropping the heavy wood needle she was filling, she surveyed her daughter thoughtfully. The sun shone in at the door upon the young woman's head and hair, which was worn loose, so that the rays streamed into its depths as into a hazel copse. Her face, though somewhat wan and incomplete, possessed the raw materials of beauty in a promising degree. There was an under-handsomeness in it, struggling to reveal itself through the provisional curves of immaturity, and the casual disfigurements that resulted from the straitened circumstances of their lives. She was handsome in the bone, hardly as yet handsome in the flesh. She possibly might never be fully handsome, unless the carking accidents of her daily existence could be evaded before the mobile parts of her countenance had settled to their final mould. The sight of the girl made her mother sad, not vaguely, but by logical inference. They both were still in that strait waistcoat of poverty from which she had tried so many times to be delivered for the girl's sake. The woman had long perceived how zealously and constantly the young mind of her companion was struggling for enlargement. And yet now, in her 18th year, it still remained but little unfolded. The desire, sober and repressed, of Elizabeth Jane's heart was indeed to see, to hear, and to understand. How could she become a woman of wider knowledge, higher repute, better, as she termed it? This was her constant inquiry of her mother. She sought further into things than other girls in her position ever did, and her mother groaned as she felt she could not aid in the search. The sailor, drowned or no, was probably now lost to them, and Susan's staunch religious adherence to him as her husband in principle, till her views had been disturbed by enlightenment, was demanded no more. She asked herself whether the present moment, now that she was a free woman again, were not as opportune a one as she would find in a world where everything had been so inopportune for making a desperate effort to advance Elizabeth. To pocket her pride and search for the first husband seemed, wisely or not, the best initiatory step. He had possibly drunk himself into his tomb, but he might, on the other hand, have had too much sense to do so. For in her time with him, He had been given to bouts only, and was not a habitual drunkard. At any rate, the propriety of returning to him, if he lived, was unquestionable. The awkwardness of searching for him lay in enlightening Elizabeth, a proceeding which her mother could not endure to contemplate. She finally resolved to undertake the search without confiding to the girl her former relations with Henchard, leaving it to him, if they found him, to take what steps he might choose to that end. This will account for their conversation at the fair, and the half-informed state at which Elizabeth was led onward. In this attitude they proceeded on their journey, trusting solely to the dim light afforded of Henchard's whereabouts by the furmity woman. The strictest economy was indispensable. Sometimes they might have been seen on foot, sometimes on farmers' wagons, sometimes in carriers' vans, and thus they drew near to Casterbridge. Elizabeth Jane discovered to her alarm that her mother's health was not what it once had been, and there was ever and anon in her talk that renunciatory tone which showed that, but for the girl, she would not be very sorry to quit a life she was growing thoroughly weary of. It was on a Friday evening, near the middle of September, and just before dusk, that they reached the summit of a hill within a mile of the place they sought. There were high-banked hedges to the coach road here, and they mounted upon the green turf within and sat down. The spot commanded a full view of the town and its environs. "What an old-fashioned place it seems to be," said Elizabeth Jane, while her silent mother mused on other things than topography. "It is huddled all together, and it is shut in by a square wall of trees, like a plot of garden ground by a box edging." Its squareness was, indeed, the characteristic which most struck the eye in this antiquated borough, the borough of Casterbridge. At that time, recent as it was, untouched by the faintest sprinkle of modernism. It was compact as a box of dominoes. It had no suburbs, in the ordinary sense. Country and town met at a mathematical line. To birds of the more soaring kind, Casterbridge must have appeared on this fine evening as a mosaic work of subdued reds, browns, greys, and crystals, held together by a rectangular frame of deep green. To the level eye of humanity, it stood as an indistinct mass behind a dense stockade of limes and chestnuts, set in the midst of miles of rotund down and concave field. The mass became gradually dissected by the vision into towers, gables, chimneys, and casements, the highest glazings shining bleared and bloodshot with the coppery fire they caught from the belt of sunlit cloud in the west. From the centre of each side of this tree-bound square ran avenues, east, west, and south, into the wide expanse of cornland and coombe to the distance of a mile or so. It was by one of these avenues that the pedestrians were about to enter. Before they had risen to proceed, two men passed outside the hedge, engaged in argumentative conversation. "Why, surely," said Elizabeth, as they receded, "those men mentioned the name of Henchard in their talk, the name of our relative." "I thought so too," said Mrs. Newson. "That seems a hint to us that he is still here." "Yes." "Shall I run after them and ask them about him?" "No, no, no, not for the world just yet. He may be in the workhouse or in the stocks, for all we know." "Dear me, why should you think that, mother?" "'Twas just something to say, that's all. But we must make private inquiries." Having sufficiently rested, they proceeded on their way at evenfall. The dense trees of the avenue rendered the road dark as a tunnel, though the open land on each side was still under a faint daylight. In other words, they passed down a midnight between two gloamings. The features of the town had a keen interest for Elizabeth's mother, now that the human side came to the fore. As soon as they had wandered about, they could see that the stockade of gnarled trees which framed in Casterbridge was itself an avenue, standing on a low green bank or escarpment, with a ditch yet visible without. Within the avenue and bank was a wall more or less discontinuous, and within the wall were packed the abodes of the burghers. Though the two women did not know it, these external features were but the ancient defences of the town, planted as a promenade. The lamplights now glimmered through the engirdling trees, conveying a sense of great smugness and comfort inside, and rendering at the same time the unlighted country without strangely solitary and vacant in aspect, considering its nearness to life. The difference between Berg and Champagne was increased, too, by sounds which now reached them above others, the notes of a brass band. The travellers returned into the High Street, where there were timber houses with overhanging stories, whose small-paned lattices were screened by dimity curtains on a drawing-string, and under whose barge-boards old cobwebs waved in the breeze. There were houses of brick nogging, which derived their chief support from those adjoining. There were slate roofs patched with tiles, and tile roofs patched with slate, with occasionally a roof of thatch. The agricultural and pastoral character of the people upon whom the town depended for its existence was shown by the class of objects displayed in the shop windows. Scythes, reap-hooks, sheep-shears, bill-hooks, spades, mattocks, and hoes at the ironmongers. Beehives, butter-firkins, churns, milking-stools and pails, hay-rakes, field-flagons, and seed-lips at the coopers. Cart-ropes and plough-harness at the saddlers, carts, wheelbarrows, and mill-gear at the wheelwrights and machinists, horse embrocations at the chemists, at the glovers and leather-cutters, hedging gloves, thatchers' knee-caps, ploughmen's leggings, villagers' pattens and clogs. They came to a grizzled church, whose massive square tower rose unbroken into the darkening sky, the lower parts being illuminated by the nearest lamps sufficiently to show how completely the mortar from the joints of the stonework had been nibbled out by time and weather, which had planted in the crevices thus made little tufts of stonecrop and grass almost as far up as the very battlements. From this tower the clock struck 8, and thereupon a bell began to toll with a peremptory clang. The curfew was still rung in Casterbridge, and it was utilized by the inhabitants as a signal for shutting their shops. No sooner did the deep notes of the bell throb between the house fronts than a clatter of shutters arose through the whole length of the High Street. In a few minutes business at Casterbridge was ended for the day. Other clocks struck 8 from time to time, one gloomily from the jail, another from the gable of an almshouse, with a preparative creak of machinery more audible than the note of the bell, a row of tall varnished case clocks from the interior of a clockmaker's shop joined in one after another just as the shutters were enclosing them, like a row of actors delivering their final speeches before the fall of the curtain. Then chimes were heard stammering out the Sicilian mariner's hymn, so that chronologists of the advanced school were appreciably on their way to the next hour before the whole business of the old one was satisfactorily wound up. In an open space before the church walked a woman with her gown sleeves rolled up so high that the edge of her underlinen was visible, and her skirt tucked up through her pocket-hole. She carried a load under her arm from which she was pulling pieces of bread and handing them to some other women who walked with her, which pieces they nibbled critically. The sight reminded Mrs. Henchard Newson and her daughter that they had an appetite, and they inquired of the woman for the nearest baker's. "Ye may as well look for manna food as good bread in Casterbridge just now," she said, after directing them. "They can blare their trumpets and thump their drums and have their roaring dinners," waving her hand towards a point further along the street where the brass band could be seen standing in front of an illuminated building. "But we must needs be put to for want of a wholesome crust. There's less good bread than good beer in Casterbridge now." "And less good beer than swipes," said a man with his hands in his pockets. "How does it happen there's no good bread?" asked Mrs. Henchard. "Oh, 'tis the corn factor. He's the man that our millers and bakers all deal wi', and he has sold 'em growed wheat. which they didn't know was growed, so they say, till the dough ran all over the ovens like quicksilver, so that the loaves be as flat as toads and like suet puddin' inside. I've been a wife and I've been a mother, and I never see such unprincipled bread in Casterbridge as this before. But you must be a real stranger here not to know what's made all the poor volks' insides plim like blowed bladders this week." "I am," said Elizabeth's mother shyly. Not wishing to be observed further till she knew more of her future in this place, she withdrew with her daughter from the speaker's side. Getting a couple of biscuits at the shop indicated, as a temporary substitute for a meal, they next bent their steps instinctively to where the music was playing. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 5. A few score yards brought them to the spot where the town band was now shaking the window panes with the strains of "The Roast Beef of Old England." The building before whose doors they had pitched their music stands was the chief hotel in Casterbridge, namely the King's Arms. A spacious bow window projected into the street over the main portico, and from the open sashes came the babble of voices, the jingle of glasses, and the drawing of corks. The blinds, moreover, being left unclosed, the whole interior of this room could be surveyed from the top of a flight of stone steps to the road waggon office opposite, for which reason a knot of idlers had gathered there. "We might, perhaps, after all, make a few inquiries about our relation, Mr. Henchard," whispered Mrs. Newson, who, since her entry into Casterbridge, had seemed strangely weak and agitated. "And this, I think, would be a good place for trying it, just to ask, you know, how he stands in the town, if he is here, as I think he must be. You, Elizabeth Jane, had better be the one to do it. I'm too worn out to do anything. Pull down your fall first." She sat down upon the lowest step, and Elizabeth Jane obeyed her directions and stood among the idlers. "What's going on tonight?" asked the girl, after singling out an old man and standing by him long enough to acquire a neighbourly right of converse. "Well, ye must be a stranger, sure," said the old man, without taking his eyes from the window. "Why, 'tis a great public dinner of the gentle people and such like leading folk, with a mayor in the chair. As we plainer fellows bain't invited, they leave the window shutters open, that we may get just a sense o' it out here. If you mount the steps, you can see him. That's Mr. Henchard, the mayor, at the end of the table, a-facing ye, and that's the council men, right and left. Ah, lots o' them, when they begun life, were no more than I be now." "Henchard!" said Elizabeth Jane, surprised, but by no means suspecting the whole force of the revelation. She ascended to the top of the steps. Her mother, though her head was bowed, had already caught from the inn window tones that strangely riveted her attention before the old man's words, "Mr. Henchard, the mayor," reached her ears. She arose and stepped up to her daughter's side as soon as she could do so without showing exceptional eagerness. The interior of the hotel dining-room was spread out before her, with its tables and glass and plate and inmates. Facing the window, in the chair of dignity, sat a man about 40 years of age, of heavy frame, large features, and commanding voice, his general build being rather coarse than compact. He had a rich complexion which verged on swarthiness, a flashing black eye, and dark bushy brows and hair. When he indulged in an occasional loud laugh at some remark among the guests, his large mouth parted so far back as to show to the rays of the chandelier a full score or more of the 32 sound white teeth that he obviously still could boast of. That laugh was not encouraging to strangers, and hence it may have been well that it was rarely heard. Many theories might have been built upon it. It fell in well with conjectures of a temperament which would have no pity for weakness, but would be ready to yield ungrudging admiration to greatness and strength. Its producer's personal goodness, if he had any, would be of a very fitful cast. an occasional, almost oppressive generosity, rather than a mild and constant kindness. Susan Henchard's husband, in law at least, sat before them, matured in shape, stiffened in line, exaggerated in traits, disciplined, thought-marked, in a word, older. Elizabeth, encumbered with no recollections as her mother was, regarded him with nothing more than the keen curiosity and interest which the discovery of such unexpected social standing in the long-sought relative naturally begot. He was dressed in an old-fashioned evening suit, an expanse of frilled shirt showing on his broad breast, jewelled studs, and a heavy gold chain. 3 glasses stood at his right hand, but, to his wife's surprise, the 2 for wine were empty, while the third, a tumbler, was half full of water. When last she had seen him, he was sitting in a corduroy jacket, fustian waistcoat and breeches, and tanned leather leggings, with a basin of hot furmity before him. Time, the magician, had wrought much here. Watching him, and thus thinking of past days, she became so moved that she shrank back against the jamb of the wagon office doorway to which the steps gave access, the shadow from it conveniently hiding her features. She forgot her daughter till a touch from Elizabeth Jane aroused her. "Have you seen him, mother?" whispered the girl. "Yes, yes," answered her companion hastily. "I have seen him, and it is enough for me. Now I only want to go, pass away, die." "Why? Oh, what?" She drew closer and whispered in her mother's ear. "Does he seem to you not likely to befriend us? I thought he looked a generous man. What a gentleman he is, isn't he? And how his diamond studs shine! How strange that you should have said he might be in the stocks or in the workhouse or dead. Did ever anything go more by contraries? Why do you feel so afraid of him? I am not at all. I'll call upon him. He can but say he don't own such remote kin." "I don't know at all. I can't tell what to set about. I feel so down." "Don't be that, mother, now we have got here and all. Rest there where you be a little while. I will look on and find out more about him. I don't think I can ever meet Mr. Henchard. He is not how I thought he would be. He overpowers me. I don't wish to see him any more. But wait a little time and consider." Elizabeth Jane had never been so much interested in anything in her life as in their present position, partly from the natural elation she felt at discovering herself akin to a coach, and she gazed again at the scene. The younger guests were talking and eating with animation. Their elders were searching for tidbits and sniffing and grunting over their plates like sows nuzzling for acorns. 3 drinks seemed to be sacred to the company: port, sherry, and rum, outside which old established trinity few or no palates ranged. A row of ancient rummers with ground figures on their sides, and each primed with a spoon, was now placed down the table, and these were promptly filled with grog at such high temperatures as to raise serious considerations for the articles exposed to its vapours. But Elizabeth Jane noticed that, though this filling went on with great promptness up and down the table, nobody filled the mayor's glass, who still drank large quantities of water from the tumbler behind the clump of crystal vessels intended for wine and spirits. "They don't fill Mr. Henchard's wine glasses," she ventured to say to her elbow acquaintance, the old man. "Ah, no, don't ye know him to be the celebrated abstaining worthy of that name? He scorns all tempting liquors, never touches nothing. Oh, yes, he've strong qualities that way. I have heard tell that he sware a gospel oath in bygone times, and has bode by it ever since. So they don't press him, knowing it would be unbecoming in the face of that, for your gospel oath is a serious thing." Another elderly man, hearing this discourse, now joined in by inquiring, "How much longer have he got to suffer from it, Solomon Longways?" "Another 2 year, they say. I don't know the why and the wherefore of his fixing such a time, for he never has told anybody. But 'tis exactly 2 calendar years longer, they say. A powerful mind to hold out so long." "True, but there's great strength in hope. knowing that in 24 months' time you'll be out of your bondage, and able to make up for all you've suffered by partaking without stint, why, it keeps a man up, no doubt." "No doubt, Christopher Coney, no doubt. And he must needs such reflections, a lonely widow man," said Longways. "When did he lose his wife?" asked Elizabeth. "I never knowed her. 'Twas afore he came to Casterbridge," Solomon Longways replied with terminative emphasis, as if the fact of his ignorance of Mrs. Henchard were sufficient to deprive her history of all interest. "But I know that 'a's a banded teetotaler, and that if any of his men be ever so little overtook by a drop, he's down upon 'em as stern as the Lord upon the jovial Jews." "Has he many men, then?" said Elizabeth Jane. "Many! Why, my good maid, he's the powerfullest member of the town council, and quite a principal man in the country round, besides. Never a big dealing in wheat, barley, oats, hay, roots, and such like, but Henchard's got a hand in it. Ay, and he'll go into other things too, and that's where he makes his mistake. He worked his way up from nothing when he came here, and now he's a pillar of the town. Not but what he's been shaken a little to hear about this bad corn he has supplied in his contracts. I've seen the sun rise over Durnover Moor these 69 year, and though Mr. Henchard has never cussed me unfairly ever since I've worked for'n, seein' I be but a little small man, I must say that I have never before tasted such rough bread as has been made from Henchard's wheat lately. 'Tis that growed out that ye could almost call it malt, and there's a list at bottom of the loaf as thick as the sole of one's shoe." The band now struck up another melody, and by the time it was ended the dinner was over, and speeches began to be made. The evening being calm and the windows still open, these orations could be distinctly heard. Henchard's voice arose above the rest. He was telling a story of his hay-dealing experiences, in which he had outwitted a sharper who had been bent upon outwitting him. "Ha, ha, ha!" responded his audience at the upshot of the story, and hilarity was general, till a new voice arose with, "This is all very well, but how about the bad bread?" It came from the lower end of the table, where there sat a group of minor tradesmen, who, although part of the company, appeared to be a little below the social level of the others, and who seemed to nourish a certain independence of opinion, and carry on discussions not quite in harmony with those at the head, just as the west end of a church is sometimes persistently found to sing out of time and tune with the leading spirits in the chancel. This interruption about the bad bread afforded infinite satisfaction to the loungers outside, several of whom were in the mood which finds its pleasure in others' discomfiture, and hence they echoed pretty freely, "Hey, how about the bad bread, Mr. Mayor?" Moreover, feeling none of the restraints of those who shared the feast, they could afford to add, "You rather ought to tell the story of that, sir." The interruption was sufficient to compel the mayor to notice it. "Well, I admit that the wheat turned out badly," he said, "but I was taken in buying it as much as the bakers who bought it of me." "And the poor folk who had to eat it, whether or no," said the inharmonious man outside the window. Henchard's face darkened. There was temper under the thin, bland surface, the temper which, artificially intensified, had banished a wife nearly a score of years before. "You must make allowances for the accidents of a large business," he said. "You must bear in mind that the weather just at the harvest of that corn was worse than we have known it for years. However, I have mended my arrangements on account of it. Since I have found my business too large to be well looked after by myself alone, I have advertised for a thorough good man as manager of the corn department. When I've got him, you will find these mistakes will no longer occur. Matters will be better looked into." "But what are you going to do to repay us for the past?" inquired the man who had spoken before, and who seemed to be a baker or miller. "Will you replace the grown flour we've still got by sound grain?" Henchard's face had become still more stern at these interruptions, and he drank from his tumbler of water as if to calm himself or gain time. Instead of vouchsafing a direct reply, he stiffly observed, If anybody will tell me how to turn grown wheat into wholesome wheat, I'll take it back with pleasure, but it can't be done." Henchard was not to be drawn again. Having said this, he sat down. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 6. Now the group outside the window had within the last few minutes been reinforced by new arrivals, some of them respectable shopkeepers and their assistants, who had come out for a whiff of air after putting up the shutters for the night, some of them of a lower class. Distinct from either, there appeared a stranger, a young man of remarkably pleasant aspect, who carried in his hand a carpet-bag of the smart floral pattern prevalent in such articles at that time. He was ruddy and of a fair countenance, bright-eyed and slight in build. He might possibly have passed by without stopping at all, or at most for half a minute to glance in at the scene, had not his advent coincided with the discussion on corn and bread, in which event this history had never been enacted. But the subject seemed to arrest him, and he whispered some inquiries of the other bystanders, and remained listening. When he heard Henchard's closing words, "It can't be done," he smiled impulsively, drew out his pocket-book, and wrote down a few words by the aid of the light in the window. He tore out the leaf, folded and directed it, and seemed about to throw it in through the open sash upon the dining-table, but, on second thoughts, edged himself through the loiterers till he reached the door of the hotel, where one of the waiters who had been serving inside was now idly leaning against the door-post. "Give this to the mayor at once," he said, handing in his hasty note. Elizabeth Jane had seen his movements and heard the words, which attracted her both by their subject and by their accent, a strange one for those parts. It was quaint and northerly. The waiter took the note, while the young stranger continued, "And can you tell me of a respectable hotel that's a little more moderate than this?" The waiter glanced indifferently up and down the street. "They say the Three Mariners, just below here, is a very good place," he languidly answered, "but I have never stayed there myself." The Scotchman, as he seemed to be, thanked him and strolled on in the direction of the Three Mariners aforesaid, apparently more concerned about the question of an inn than about the fate of his note, now that the momentary impulse of writing it was over. While he was disappearing slowly down the street, the waiter left the door, and Elizabeth Jane saw, with some interest, the note brought into the dining-room and handed to the mayor. Henchard looked at it carelessly, unfolded it with one hand, and glanced it through. Thereupon it was curious to note an unexpected effect. The nettled, clouded aspect, which had held possession of his face since the subject of his corn dealings had been broached, changed itself into one of arrested attention. He read the note slowly, and fell into thought, not moody, but fitfully intense, as that of a man who has been captured by an idea. By this time toasts and speeches had given place to songs, the wheat subject being quite forgotten. Men were putting their heads together in twos and threes, telling good stories with pantomimic laughter which reached convulsive grimace. Some were beginning to look as if they did not know how they had come there, what they had come for, or how they were going to get home again, and provisionally sat on with a dazed smile. Square-built men showed a tendency to become hunchbacks. Men with a dignified presence lost it in a curious obliquity of figure, in which their features grew disarranged and one-sided, whilst the heads of a few who had dined with extreme thoroughness were somehow sinking into their shoulders, the corners of their mouth and eyes being bent upwards by the subsidence. Only Henchard did not conform to these flexuous changes. He remained stately and vertical, silently thinking. The clock struck 9. Elizabeth Jane turned to her companion. "The evening is drawing on, mother," she said. "What do you propose to do?" She was surprised to find how irresolute her mother had become. "We must get a place to lie down in," she murmured. "I have seen Mr. Henchard, and that's all I wanted to do." "That's enough for tonight, at any rate," Elizabeth Jane replied soothingly. "We can think tomorrow what is best to do about him. The question now is it not, how shall we find a lodging?" As her mother did not reply, Elizabeth Jane's mind reverted to the words of the waiter, that the Three Mariners was an inn of moderate charges. A recommendation good for one person was probably good for another. "Let's go where the young man has gone to," she said. "He is respectable. What do you say?" Her mother assented, and down the street they went. In the meantime, the mayor's thoughtfulness, engendered by the note, as stated, continued to hold him in abstraction, till, whispering to his neighbour to take his place, he found opportunity to leave the chair. This was just after the departure of his wife and Elizabeth. Outside the door of the assembly room he saw the waiter, and beckoning to him, asked who had brought the note which had been handed in a quarter of an hour before. "A young man, sir, a sort of traveller. He was a Scotchman, seemingly." "Did he say how he had got it?" "He wrote it himself, sir, as he stood outside the window." "Oh, wrote it himself. Is the young man in the hotel?" "No, sir, he went to the Three Mariners, I believe." The mayor walked up and down the vestibule of the hotel with his hands under his coat tails, as if he were merely seeking a cooler atmosphere than that of the room he had quitted. But there could be no doubt that he was in reality still possessed to the full by the new idea, whatever that might be. At length he went back to the door of the dining-room, paused, and found that the songs, toasts, and conversation were proceeding quite satisfactorily without his presence. The corporation, private residents, and major and minor tradesmen had, in fact, gone in for comforting beverages to such an extent that they had quite forgotten, not only the mayor, but all those vast political, religious, and social differences which they felt necessary to maintain in the daytime, and which separated them like iron grills. Seeing this, the mayor took his hat, and when the waiter had helped him on with a thin holland overcoat, went out and stood under the portico. Very few persons were now in the street, and his eyes, by a sort of attraction, turned and dwelt upon a spot about 100 yards further down. It was the house to which the writer of the note had gone, the Three Mariners, whose two prominent Elizabethan gables, bow window, and passage light could be seen from where he stood. Having kept his eyes on it for a while, he strolled in that direction. This ancient house of accommodation for man and beast, now unfortunately pulled down, was built of mellow sandstone, with mullioned windows of the same material, markedly out of perpendicular from the settlement of foundations. The bay window projecting into the street, whose interior was so popular among the frequenters of the inn, was closed with shutters, in each of which appeared a heart-shaped aperture, somewhat more attenuated in the right and left ventricles than is seen in nature. Inside these illuminated holes, at a distance of about 3 inches, were ranged at this hour, as every passer knew, the ruddy poles of Billy Wills the glazier, Smart the shoemaker, Buzzford the general dealer, and others of a secondary set of worthies, of a grade somewhat below that of the diners at the King's Arms, each with his yard of clay. A 4-centred Tudor arch was over the entrance, and over the arch the signboard, now visible in the rays of an opposite lamp. Hereon the mariners, who had been represented by the artist as persons of 2 dimensions only, in other words, flat as a shadow, were standing in a row in paralysed attitudes. Being on the sunny side of the street, the 3 comrades had suffered largely from warping, splitting, fading, and shrinkage, so that they were but a half-invisible film upon the reality of the grain and knots and nails which composed the signboard. As a matter of fact, this state of things was not so much owing to Stanage, the landlord's neglect, as from the lack of a painter in Casterbridge who would undertake to reproduce the features of men so traditional. A long, narrow, dimly lit passage gave access to the inn, within which passage the horses, going to their stalls at the back, and the coming and departing human guests rubbed shoulders indiscriminately, the latter running no slight risk of having their toes trodden upon by the animals. The good stabling and the good ale of the mariners, though somewhat difficult to reach on account of there being but this narrow way to both, were nevertheless perseveringly sought out by the sagacious old heads who knew what was what in Casterbridge. Henchard stood without the inn for a few instants. Then, lowering the dignity of his presence as much as possible by buttoning the brown holland coat over his shirt front, and in other ways toning himself down to his ordinary everyday appearance, he entered the inn door. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 7. Elizabeth Jane and her mother had arrived some 20 minutes earlier. Outside the house they had stood and considered whether even this homely place, though recommended as moderate, might not be too serious in its prices for their light pockets. Finally, however, they had found courage to enter, and duly met Stanage the landlord, a silent man, who drew and carried frothing measures to this room and to that, shoulder to shoulder with his waiting-maids, a stately slowness, however, entering into his ministrations by contrast with theirs, as became one whose service was somewhat optional. It would have been altogether optional but for the orders of the landlady, a person who sat in the bar, corporeally motionless, but with a flitting eye and quick ear, with which she observed and heard through the open door and hatchway the pressing needs of customers whom her husband overlooked, though close at hand. Elizabeth and her mother were passively accepted as sojourners, and shown to a small bedroom under one of the gables, where they sat down. The principle of the inn seemed to be to compensate for the antique awkwardness, crookedness, and obscurity of the passages, floors, and windows by quantities of clean linen spread about everywhere, and this had a dazzling effect upon the travellers. "'Tis too good for us, we can't meet it," said the elder woman, looking round the apartment with misgiving as soon as they were left alone. "I fear it is too," said Elizabeth, "but we must be respectable." "We must pay our way even before we must be respectable," replied her mother. "Mr. Henchard is too high for us to make ourselves known to him, I much fear. So we've only our own pockets to depend on." "I know what I'll do," said Elizabeth Jane, after an interval of waiting, during which their needs seemed quite forgotten under the press of business below. And, leaving the room, she descended the stairs and penetrated to the bar. If there was one good thing more than another which characterized this single-hearted girl, it was a willingness to sacrifice her personal comfort and dignity to the common weal. "As you seem busy here to-night, and mother's not well off, might I take out part of our accommodation by helping?" she asked of the landlady. The latter, who remained as fixed in the armchair as if she had been melted into it when in a liquid state, and could not now be unstuck, looked the girl up and down inquiringly, with her hands on the chair arms. Such arrangements as the one Elizabeth proposed were not uncommon in country villages, but, though Casterbridge was old-fashioned, the custom was well nigh obsolete here. The mistress of the house, however, was an easy woman to strangers, and she made no objection. Thereupon Elizabeth, being instructed by nods and motions from the taciturn landlord as to where she could find the different things, trotted up and downstairs with materials for her own and her parents' meal. While she was doing this, the wood partition in the centre of the house thrilled to its centre with the tugging of a bell-pull upstairs. A bell below tinkled a note that was feebler in sound than the twanging of wires and cranks that had produced it. "'Tis the Scotch gentleman," said the landlady omnisciently, and turning her eyes to Elizabeth, "Now then, can you go and see if his supper is on the tray? If it is, you can take it up to him. The front room over this." Elizabeth Jane, though hungry, willingly postponed serving herself a while, and applied to the cook in the kitchen, whence she brought forth the tray of supper viands, and proceeded with it upstairs to the apartment indicated. The accommodation of the Three Mariners was far from spacious, despite the fair area of ground it covered. The room demanded by intrusive beams and rafters, partitions, passages, staircases, disused ovens, settles, and four-posters, left comparatively small quarters for human beings. Moreover, this being at a time before home brewing was abandoned by the smaller victuallers, and a house in which the 12-bushel strength was still religiously adhered to by the landlord in his ale, the quality of the liquor was the chief attraction of the premises, so that everything had to make way for utensils and operations in connection therewith. Thus Elizabeth found that the Scotchman was located in a room quite close to the small one that had been allotted to herself and her mother. When she entered, nobody was present but the young man himself, the same whom she had seen lingering without the windows of the King's Arms Hotel. He was now idly reading a copy of the local paper, and was hardly conscious of her entry, so that she looked at him quite coolly, and saw how his forehead shone where the light caught it, and how nicely his hair was cut, and the sort of velvet pile or down that was on the skin at the back of his neck, and how his cheek was so truly curved as to be part of a globe, and how clearly drawn were the lids and lashes which hid his bent eyes. She set down the tray, spread his supper, and went away without a word. On her arrival below, the landlady, who was as kind as she was fat and lazy, saw that Elizabeth Jane was rather tired, though in her earnestness to be useful she was waiving her own needs altogether. Mrs. Stanage thereupon said, with a considerate peremptoriness, that she and her mother had better take their own suppers if they meant to have any. Elizabeth fetched their simple provisions, as she had fetched the Scotchman's, and went up to the little chamber where she had left her mother, noiselessly pushing open the door with the edge of the tray. To her surprise, her mother, instead of being reclined on the bed where she had left her, was in an erect position, with lips parted. At Elizabeth's entry she lifted her finger. The meaning of this was soon apparent. The room allotted to the two women had at one time served as a dressing-room to the Scotchman's chamber, as was evidenced by signs of a door of communication between them, now screwed up and pasted over with the wall-paper. But, as is frequently the case with hotels of far higher pretensions than the Three Mariners, every word spoken in either of these rooms was distinctly audible in the other. Such sounds came through now. Thus silently conjured, Elizabeth deposited the tray, and her mother whispered as she drew nearer, "'Tis he." "Who?" said the girl. "The mayor." The tremors in Susan Henchard's tone might have led any person but one so perfectly unsuspicious of the truth as the girl was, to surmise some closer connection than the admitted simple kinship as a means of accounting for them. Two men were indeed talking in the adjoining chamber, the young Scotchman and Henchard, who, having entered the inn while Elizabeth Jane was in the kitchen waiting for the supper, had been deferentially conducted upstairs by host Stanage himself. The girl noiselessly laid out their little meal, and beckoned to her mother to join her, which Mrs. Henchard mechanically did, her attention being fixed on the conversation through the door. "I merely strolled in on my way home to ask you a question about something that has excited my curiosity," said the mayor, with careless geniality. "But I see you have not finished supper." "Aye, but I will be done in a little. Ye needn't go, sir. Take a seat. I've almost done, and it makes no difference at all." Henchard seemed to take the seat offered, and in a moment he resumed. "Well, first I should ask, did you write this?" A rustling of paper followed. "Yes, I did," said the Scotchman. "Then," said Henchard, "I am under the impression that we have met by accident while waiting for the morning to keep an appointment with each other. My name is Henchard. Han't you replied to an advertisement for a corn factor's manager that I put into the paper? Han't you come here to see me about it?" "No," said the Scotchman, with some surprise. "Surely you are the man," went on Henchard insistingly, "who arranged to come and see me? Joshua, Jop, what was his name?" "You're wrong," said the young man. "My name is Donald Farfrae. It is true I am in the Coran trade, but I have replied to no advertisement, and arranged to see no one. I am on my way to Bristol, from there to the other side of the world, to try my fortune in the great wheat-growing districts of the West. I have some inventions useful to the trade, and there is no scope for developing them here." "To America? Well, well," said Henchard in a tone of disappointment, so strong as to make itself felt like a damp atmosphere. "And yet I could have sworn you were the man." The Scotchman murmured another negative, and there was a silence, till Henchard resumed. "Then I am truly and sincerely obliged to you for the few words you wrote on that paper." "It was nothing, sir." "Well, it has a great importance for me just now. This row about my grown wheat, which I declare to heaven I didn't know to be bad till the people came complaining, has put me to my wits' end. I've some hundreds of quarters of it on hand, and if your renovating process will make it wholesome, why, you can see what a quag 'twould get me out of. I saw in a moment there might be truth in it, but I should like to have it proved, and of course you don't care to tell the steps of the process sufficiently for me to do that without my paying ye well for it first." The young man reflected a moment or two. "I don't know that I have any objection," he said. "I'm going to another country, and curing bad corn is not the line I'll take up there. Yes, I'll tell ye the whole of it. You'll make more out of it here than I will in a foreign country. Just look here a minute, sir. I can show ye by a sample in my carpet-bag." The click of a lock followed, and there was a shifting and rustling, then a discussion about so many ounces to the bushel, and drying and refrigerating, and so on. "These few grains will be sufficient to show you with," came in the young fellow's voice, and after a pause, during which some operation seemed to be intently watched by them both, he exclaimed, "There, now, do you taste that? It's complete, quite restored, or, well, nearly." "Quite enough restored to make good seconds out of it," said the Scotchman. "To fetch it back entirely is impossible. Nature won't stand so much as that, but here you go a great way towards it. Well, sir, that's the process. I don't value it, for it can be but of little use in countries where the weather is more settled than in ours, and I'll be only too glad if it's of service to you." "But hearken to me," pleaded Henchard. "My business, you know, is in corn and in hay, but I was brought up as a hay trusser simply, and hay is what I understand best, though I now do more in corn than in the other. If you'll accept the place, you shall manage the corn branch entirely, and receive a commission in addition to salary." "You're liberal, very liberal, but no, no, I cannot," the young man still replied, with some distress in his accents. "So be it," said Henchard conclusively. "Now, to change the subject, one good turn deserves another. Don't stay to finish that miserable supper. Come to my house. I can find something better for ye than cold ham and ale." Donald Farfrae was grateful, said he feared he must decline, that he wished to leave early next day. "Very well," said Henchard quickly. "Please yourself. But I tell you, young man, if this holds good for the bulk, as it has done for the sample, you have saved my credit, stranger though you be. What shall I pay you for this knowledge?" "Nothing at all, nothing at all. It may not prove necessary to ye to use it often, and I don't value it at all. I thought I might just as well let ye know as you were in a difficulty, and they were hard upon ye." Henchard paused. "I shan't soon forget this," he said, "and from a stranger. I couldn't believe you were not the man I had engaged. Says I to myself, he knows who I am, and recommends himself by this stroke. And yet it turns out after all that you are not the man who answered my advertisement, but a stranger." "Aye, aye, that's so," said the young man. Henchard again suspended his words, and then his voice came thoughtfully. "Your forehead, Farfrae, is something like my poor brother's, now dead and gone, and the nose, too, isn't unlike his. You must be, what, 5'9", I reckon? I am 6'1½ out of my shoes. But what of that? In my business 'tis true that strength and bustle build up a firm, but judgment and knowledge are what keep it established. Unluckily, I am bad at science, Farfrae, bad at figures, a rule of thumb sort of man. You are just the reverse, I can see that. I have been looking for such as you these 2 year, and yet you are not for me. Well, before I go, let me ask this. Though you are not the young man I thought you were, what's the difference? Can't ye stay just the same? Have you really made up your mind about this American notion? I won't mince matters. I feel you would be invaluable to me. That needn't be said. And if you will bide and be my manager, I will make it worth your while. My plans are fixed, said the young man in negative tones. I have formed a scheme, and so we need not say any more about it. But will you not drink with me, sir? I find this Casterbridge ale warming to the stomach. No, no, I fain would, but I can't, said Henchard gravely, the scraping of his chair informing the listeners that he was rising to leave. When I was a young man I went in for that sort of thing too strong, far too strong, and was well nigh ruined by it. I did a deed on account of it which I shall be ashamed of to my dying day. It made such an impression on me that I swore there and then that I'd drink nothing stronger than tea for as many years as I was old that day. I have kept my oath, and though, Farfrae, I am sometimes that dry in the dog days that I could drink a 1/4 barrel to the pitching, I think o' my oath, and touch no strong drink at all. I'll no press ye, sir, I'll no press ye. I respect your vow. Well, I shall get a manager somewhere, no doubt, said Henchard with strong feeling in his tones, but it will be long before I see one that would suit me so well. The young man appeared much moved by Henchard's warm convictions of his value. He was silent till they reached the door. I wish I could stay. Sincerely, I would like to, he replied. But no, it cannot be, it cannot. I want to see the world. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 8. Thus they parted, and Elizabeth Jane and her mother remained each in her thoughts over their meal, the mother's face being strangely bright since Henchard's avowal of shame for a past action. The quivering of the partition to its core presently denoted that Donald Farfrae had again rung his bell, no doubt to have his supper removed. For, humming a tune and walking up and down, he seemed to be attracted by the lively bursts of conversation and melody from the general company below. He sauntered out upon the landing and descended the staircase. When Elizabeth Jane had carried down his supper tray, and also that used by her mother and herself, she found the bustle of serving to be at its height below, as it always was at this hour. The young woman shrank from having anything to do with the ground-floor serving, and crept silently about, observing the scene, so new to her, fresh from the seclusion of a seaside cottage. In the general sitting-room, which was large, she remarked the 2 or 3 dozen strong-backed chairs that stood round against the wall, each fitted with its genial occupant, the sanded floor, the black settle which, projecting endwise from the wall within the door, permitted Elizabeth to be a spectator of all that went on, without herself being particularly seen. The young Scotchman had just joined the guests. These, in addition to the respectable master tradesmen occupying the seats of privileges in the bow window and its neighbourhood, included an inferior set at the unlighted end, whose seats were mere benches against the wall, and who drank from cups instead of from glasses. Among the latter she noticed some of those personages who had stood outside the windows of the King's Arms. Behind their backs was a small window, with a wheel ventilator in one of the panes, which would suddenly start off spinning with a jingling sound, as suddenly stop, and as suddenly start again. While thus furtively making her survey, the opening words of a song greeted her ears from the front of the settle, in a melody and accent of peculiar charm. There had been some singing before she came down, and now the Scotchman had made himself so soon at home that, at the request of some of the master tradesmen, he too was favouring the room with a ditty. Elizabeth Jane was fond of music. She could not help pausing to listen, and the longer she listened, the more she was enraptured. She had never heard any singing like this, and it was evident that the majority of the audience had not heard such frequently, for they were attentive to a much greater degree than usual. They neither whispered, nor drank, nor dipped their pipe stems in their ale to moisten them, nor pushed the mug to their neighbours. The singer himself grew emotional till she could imagine a tear in his eye as the words went on. "It's hame and it's hame, hame fain would I be, O hame, hame, hame to my ain country. There's an eye that never weeps, and a fair face will be fain, as I pass through Annan water with my bonny bands again. When the flower is in the bud, and the leaf upon the tree, the lark shall sing me hame to my ain country." There was a burst of applause, and a deep silence, which was even more eloquent than the applause. It was of such a kind that the snapping of a pipe stem too long for him by old Solomon Longways, who was one of those gathered at the shady end of the room, seemed a harsh and irreverent act. Then the ventilator in the window-pane spasmodically started off for a new spin, and the pathos of Donald's song was temporarily effaced. "'Twas not amiss, not at all amiss," muttered Christopher Coney, who was also present. And removing his pipe a finger's breadth from his lips, he said aloud, "Draw on with the next verse, young gentleman, please." "Yes, let's have it again, stranger," said the glazier, a stout, bucket-headed man with a white apron rolled up round his waist. "Folks don't lift up their hearts like that in this part of the world." And turning aside, he said in undertones, "Who is the young man? Scotch, d'ye say?" "Yes, straight from the mountains of Scotland, I believe," replied Coney. Young Farfrae repeated the last verse. It was plain that nothing so pathetic had been heard at the Three Mariners for a considerable time. The difference of accent, the excitability of the singer, the intense local feeling, and the seriousness with which he worked himself up to a climax, surprised this set of worthies, who were only too prone to shut up their emotions with caustic words. "Danged if our country down here is worth singing about like that," continued the glazier, as the Scotchman again melodized with a dying fall, "My ain country. When you take away from among us the fools and the rogues and the lamagers and the wanton hussies and the slatterns and such like, there's cussed few left to ornament a song with in Casterbridge or the country round." "True," said Buzzford the dealer, looking at the grain of the table. "Casterbridge is a old hoary place o' wickedness, by all account. 'Tis recorded in history that we rebelled against the king 100 or 200 years ago, in the time of the Romans, and that lots of us was hanged on Gallows Hill and quartered, and our different jints sent about the country like butcher's meat, and for my part I can well believe it." "What did ye come away from your own country for, young maester, if ye be so wounded about it?" inquired Christopher Coney from the background, with the tone of a man who preferred the original subject. "Faith, it wasn't worth your while on our account, for as Maester Billy Wills says, we be bruckle folk here, the best o' us hardly honest sometimes, what with hard winters and so many mouths to fill, and God A'mighty sending his little taties so terrible small to fill 'em with. We don't think about flowers and fair faces, not we, except in the shape of cauliflowers and pigs' chaps." "But no," said Donald Farfrae, gazing round into their faces with earnest concern. "The best of ye hardly honest? Not that, surely. None of ye has been stealing what didn't belong to him." "Lord, no, no," said Solomon Longways, smiling grimly. "That's only his random way of speaking. 'A was always such a man of underthoughts. and reprovingly towards Christopher, "Don't ye be so over-familiar with a gentleman that ye know nothing of, and that's travelled almost from the North Pole." Christopher Coney was silenced, and as he could get no public sympathy, he mumbled his feelings to himself. "Be dazed, if I loved my country half as well as the young feller do, I'd live by cleaning my neighbours' pigsties afore I'd go away. For my part, I've no more love for my country than I have for Botany Bay." "Come," said Longways, "let the young man draw onward with his ballot, or we shall be here all night." "That's all of it," said the singer apologetically. "Soul of my body, then we'll have another," said the general dealer. "Can you turn a strain to the ladies, sir?" inquired a fat woman with a figured purple apron, the waist string of which was overhung so far by her sides as to be invisible. Let him breathe, Mother Cuxom. He hain't got his second wind yet," said the master glazier. "Oh, yes, but I have!" exclaimed the young man, and he at once rendered "O Nanny" with faultless modulations, and another or two of the like sentiment, winding up at their earnest request with "Auld Lang Syne." By this time he had completely taken possession of the hearts of the three mariners' inmates, including even old Coney. Notwithstanding an occasional odd gravity which awoke their sense of the ludicrous for the moment, they began to view him through a golden haze which the tone of his mind seemed to raise around him. Casterbridge had sentiment, Casterbridge had romance, but this stranger's sentiment was of differing quality. Or rather, perhaps, the difference was mainly superficial. He was to them like the poet of a new school, who takes his contemporaries by storm, who is not really new, but is the first to articulate what all his listeners have felt, though but dumbly till then. The silent landlord came and leant over the settle while the young man sang, and even Mrs. Stanage managed to unstick herself from the framework of her chair in the bar and get as far as the door-post, which movement she accomplished by rolling herself round as a cask is trundled on the sheen by a drayman, without losing much of its perpendicular. "And are you going to bide in Casterbridge, sir?" she asked. "Ah, no," said the Scotchman, with melancholy fatality in his voice. "I'm only passing through. I am on my way to Bristol, and on frae there to foreign parts." "We be truly sorry to hear it," said Solomon Longways. "We can ill afford to lose tuneful wine-pipes like yours when they fall among us. And verily, to mak' acquaintance with a man a come from so far, from the land of perpetual snow, as we may say, where wolves and wild boars and other dangerous animalcules be as common as blackbirds hereabout, why, 'tis a thing we can't do every day, and there's good sound information for bide-at-homes like we when such a man opens his mouth." "Nay, but ye mistake my country," said the young man, looking round upon them with tragic fixity, till his eye lighted up and his cheek kindled with a sudden enthusiasm to right their errors. "There are not perpetual snow and wolves at all in it, except snow in winter, and, well, a little in summer, just sometimes, and a gaberlunzie or two stalking about here and there, if ye may call them dangerous. But you should take a summer journey to Edinburgh and Arthur's Seat, and all around there, and then go on to the lochs and all the Highland scenery in May and June, and you would never say 'tis the land of wolves and perpetual snow." "Of course not. It stands to reason," said Buzzford. "'Tis barren ignorance that leads to such words. He's a simple homespun man that never was fit for good company. Think nothing of him, sir." "And do ye carry your flock bed and your quilt and your crock and your bit o' chiney, or do ye go in bare bones, as I may say?" inquired Christopher Coney. "I've sent on my luggage, though it isn't much, for the voyage is long." Donald's eyes dropped into a remote gaze as he added, "But I said to myself, never a one of the prizes of life will I come by unless I undertake it, and I decided to go." A general sense of regret, in which Elizabeth Jane shared not least, made itself apparent in the company. As she looked at Farfrae from the back of the settle, she decided that his statements showed him to be no less thoughtful than his fascinating melodies revealed him to be cordial and impassioned. She admired the serious light in which he looked at serious things. He had seen no jest in ambiguities and roguery, as the Casterbridge tosspots had done, and rightly not, there was none. She disliked those wretched humours of Christopher Coney and his tribe, and he did not appreciate them. He seemed to feel exactly as she felt about life and its surroundings, that they were a tragical rather than a comical thing, that though one could be gay on occasion, moments of gaiety were interludes and no part of the actual drama. It was extraordinary how similar their views were. Though it was still early, the young Scotchman expressed his wish to retire, whereupon the landlady whispered to Elizabeth to run upstairs and turn down his bed. She took a candlestick and proceeded on her mission, which was the act of a few moments only. When, candle in hand, she reached the top of the stairs on her way down again, Mr. Farfrae was at the foot coming up. She could not very well retreat. They met and passed in the turn of the staircase. She must have appeared interesting in some way, notwithstanding her plain dress, or rather possibly in consequence of it, for she was a girl characterized by earnestness and soberness of mien, with which simple drapery accorded well. Her face flushed, too, at the slight awkwardness of the meeting, and she passed him with her eyes bent on the candle flame that she carried just below her nose. Thus it happened that when confronting her he smiled, and then, with the manner of a temporarily light-hearted man who has started himself on a flight of song whose momentum he cannot readily check, he softly tuned an old ditty that she seemed to suggest. As I came in by my bower door, as day was waxen weary, wha came tripping down the stair, but bonny Peg, my dearie. Elizabeth Jane, rather disconcerted, hastened on, and the Scotchman's voice died away, humming more of the same within the closed door of his room. Here the scene and sentiment ended for the present. When soon after the girl rejoined her mother, the latter was still in thought on quite another matter than a young man's song. "We've made a mistake," she whispered, that the Scotchman might not overhear. "On no account ought ye to have helped serve here tonight. Not because of ourselves, but for the sake of him. If he should befriend us and take us up, and then find out what you did when staying here, 'twould grieve and wound his natural pride as mayor of the town." Elizabeth, who would perhaps have been more alarmed at this than her mother had she known the real relationship, was not much disturbed about it as things stood. Her he was another man than her poor mother's. "For myself," she said, "I didn't at all mind waiting a little upon him. He's so respectable and educated, far above the rest of 'em in the inn. They thought him very simple not to know their grim broad way of talking about themselves here, but of course he didn't know. He was too refined in his mind to know such things." Thus she earnestly pleaded. Meanwhile the he of her mother was not so far away as even they thought. After leaving the Three Mariners, he had sauntered up and down the empty High Street, passing and repassing the inn in his promenade. When the Scotchman sang, his voice had reached Henchard's ears through the heart-shaped holes in the window shutters, and had led him to pause outside them a long while. To be sure, how that fellow does draw me," he had said to himself. "I suppose 'tis because I'm so lonely. I'd have given him a third share in the business to have stayed." End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 9. When Elizabeth Jane opened the hinged casement next morning, the mellow air brought in the feel of imminent autumn almost as distinctly as if she had been in the remotest hamlet. Casterbridge was the complement of the rural life around, not its urban opposite. Bees and butterflies in the cornfields at the top of the town, who desired to get to the meads at the bottom, took no circuitous course, but flew straight down High Street without any apparent consciousness that they were traversing strange latitudes. and in autumn airy spheres of thistledown floated into the same street, lodged upon the shop fronts, blew into drains, and innumerable tawny and yellow leaves skimmed along the pavement, and stole through people's doorways into their passages with a hesitating scratch on the floor, like the skirts of timid visitors. Hearing voices, one of which was close at hand, she withdrew her head and glanced from behind the window curtains. Mr. Henchard, now habited no longer as a great personage, but as a thriving man of business, was pausing on his way up the middle of the street, and the Scotchman was looking from the window adjoining her own. Henchard, it appeared, had gone a little way past the inn before he had noticed his acquaintance of the previous evening. He came back a few steps, Donald Farfrae opening the window further. "And you are off soon, I suppose?" said Henchard upwards. "Yes, almost this moment, sir," said the other. "Maybe I'll walk on till the coach makes up on me." "Which way?" "The way ye are going." "Then shall we walk together to the top o' town?" "If you'll wait a minute," said the Scotchman. In a few minutes the latter emerged, bag in hand. Henchard looked at the bag as at an enemy. It showed there was no mistake about the young man's departure. "Ah, my lad," he said, "you should have been a wise man and have stayed with me." "Yes, yes, it might have been wiser," said Donald, looking microscopically at the houses that were furthest off. "It is only telling ye the truth when I say my plans are vague." They had by this time passed on from the precincts of the inn, and Elizabeth Jane heard no more. She saw that they continued in conversation, Henchard turning to the other occasionally and emphasizing some remark with a gesture. Thus they passed the King's Arms Hotel, the market house, St. Peter's churchyard wall, ascending to the upper end of the long street till they were small as 2 grains of corn, when they bent suddenly to the right into the Bristol Road and were out of view. "He was a good man, and he's gone," she said to herself. "I was nothing to him, and there was no reason why he should have wished me good-bye." The simple thought, with its latent sense of slight, had moulded itself out of the following little fact. When the Scotchman came out at the door, he had by accident glanced up at her, and then he had looked away again without nodding or smiling or saying a word. "You are still thinking, mother," she said when she turned inwards. "Yes, I am thinking of Mr. Henchard's sudden liking for that young man. He was always so. Now, surely, if he takes so warmly to people who are not related to him at all, may he not take as warmly to his own kin?" While they debated this question, a procession of 5 large wagons went past, laden with hay up to the bedroom windows. They came in from the country, and the steaming horses had probably been travelling a great part of the night. To the shaft of each hung a little board, on which was painted in white letters, "Henchard, corn factor and hay merchant." The spectacle renewed his wife's conviction that, for her daughter's sake, she should strain a point to rejoin him. The discussion was continued during breakfast, and the end of it was that Mrs. Henchard decided, for good or for ill, to send Elizabeth Jane with a message to Henchard, to the effect that his relative Susan, a sailor's widow, was in the town, leaving it to him to say whether or not he would recognize her. What had brought her to this determination were chiefly 2 things. He had been described as a lonely widower, and he had expressed shame for a past transaction of his life. There was promise in both. "If he says no," she enjoined as Elizabeth Jane stood, bonnet on, ready to depart, "if he thinks it does not become the good position he has reached to in the town, to let us call on him as his distant kinfolk, say, then, sir, we would rather not intrude. We will leave Casterbridge as quietly as we have come, and go back to our own country." I almost feel that I would rather he did say so, as I have not seen him for so many years, and we are so little allied to him. "And if he say yes?" inquired the more sanguine one. "In that case," answered Mrs. Henchard cautiously, "ask him to write me a note, saying when and how he will see us, or me." Elizabeth Jane went a few steps towards the landing. "And tell him," continued her mother, "that I fully know I have no claim upon him, that I am glad to find he is thriving, that I hope his life may be long and happy. There, go." Thus, with a half-hearted willingness, a smothered reluctance, did the poor forgiving woman start her unconscious daughter on this errand. It was about 10 o'clock and market day when Elizabeth paced up the High Street in no great hurry, for to herself her position was only that of a poor relation deputed to hunt up a rich one. The front doors of the private houses were mostly left open at this warm autumn time, no thought of umbrella stealers disturbing the minds of the placid burgesses. Hence, through the long, straight entrance passages thus unclosed, could be seen, as through tunnels, the mossy gardens at the back, glowing with nasturtiums, fuchsias, scarlet geraniums, bloody warriors, snapdragons, and dahlias, this floral blaze being backed by crusted grey stonework remaining from a yet remoter Casterbridge than the venerable one visible in the street. The old-fashioned fronts of these houses, which had older than old-fashioned backs, rose sheer from the pavement, into which the bow windows protruded like bastions, necessitating a pleasing chassé-déchassé movement to the time-pressed pedestrian at every few yards. He was bound also to evolve other terpsichorean figures in respect of doorsteps, scrapers, cellar hatches, church buttresses, and the overhanging angles of walls, which, originally unobtrusive, had become bow-legged and knock-kneed. In addition to these fixed obstacles which spoke so cheerfully of individual unrestraint as to boundaries, movables occupied the path and roadway to a perplexing extent. First, the vans of the carriers in and out of Casterbridge, who hailed from Mellstock, Weatherbury, the Hintocks, Sherton Abbas, Kingsbere, Overcombe, and many other towns and villages round. Their owners were numerous enough to be regarded as a tribe, and had almost distinctiveness enough to be regarded as a race. Their vans had just arrived, and were drawn up on each side of the street in close file, so as to form at places a wall between the pavement and the roadway. Moreover, every shop pitched out half its contents upon trestles and boxes on the curb, extending the display each week a little further and further into the roadway, despite the expostulations of the two feeble old constables, until there remained but a tortuous defile for carriages down the centre of the street, which afforded fine opportunities for skill with the reins. Over the pavement on the sunny side of the way hung shop blinds, so constructed as to give the passenger's hat a smart buffet off his head, as from the unseen hands of Cranstoun's goblin page, celebrated in romantic lore. Horses for sale were tied in rows, their forelegs on the pavement, their hind legs in the street, in which position they occasionally nipped little boys by the shoulder who were passing to school, and any inviting recess in front of a house that had been modestly kept back from the general line was utilized by pig-dealers as a pen for their stock. The yeomen, farmers, dairymen, and townsfolk who came to transact business in these ancient streets spoke in other ways than by articulation. Not to hear the words of your interlocutor in metropolitan centres is to know nothing of his meaning. Here the face, the arms, the hat, the stick, the body throughout spoke equally with the tongue. To express satisfaction, the Casterbridge market-man added to his utterance a broadening of the cheeks, a crevicing of the eyes, a throwing back of the shoulders, which was intelligible from the other end of the street. If he wondered, though all Henchard's carts and wagons were rattling past him, you knew it from perceiving the inside of his crimson mouth, and a target-like circling of his eyes. Deliberation caused sundry attacks on the moss of adjoining walls with the end of his stick, a change of his hat from the horizontal to the less so. A sense of tediousness announced itself in a lowering of the person by spreading the knees to a lozenge-shaped aperture and contorting the arms. Chicanery, subterfuge, had hardly a place in the streets of this honest borough to all appearance, and it was said that the lawyers in the court-house hard by occasionally threw in strong arguments for the other side out of pure generosity, though apparently by mischance, when advancing their own. Thus Casterbridge was in most respects but the pole, focus, or nerve knot of the surrounding country life, differing from the many manufacturing towns which are as foreign bodies set down, like boulders on a plain, in a green world with which they have nothing in common. Casterbridge lived by agriculture at one remove further from the fountain-head than the adjoining villages, no more. The townsfolk understood every fluctuation in the rustic's condition, for it affected their receipts as much as the labourers. They entered into the troubles and joys which moved the aristocratic families 10 miles around, for the same reason, and even at the dinner parties of the professional families, the subjects of discussion were corn, cattle disease, sowing and reaping, fencing and planting, while politics were viewed by them less from their own standpoint of burgesses with rights and privileges than from the standpoint of their country neighbours. All the venerable contrivances and confusions which delighted the eye by their quaintness, and in a measure reasonableness, in this rare old market town, were metropolitan novelties to the unpractised eyes of Elizabeth Jane, fresh from netting fish seines in a seaside cottage. Very little inquiry was necessary to guide her footsteps. Henchard's house was one of the best, faced with dull red and grey old brick. The front door was open, and, as in other houses, she could see through the passage to the end of the garden, nearly a quarter of a mile off. Mr. Henchard was not in the house, but in the storeyard. She was conducted into the mossy garden, and through a door in the wall, which was studded with rusty nails, speaking of generations of fruit trees that had been trained there. The door opened upon the yard, and here she was left to find him as she could. It was a place flanked by hay barns, into which tons of fodder, all in trusses, were being packed from the wagons she had seen pass the inn that morning. On other sides of the yard were wooden granaries on stone staddles, to which access was given by Flemish ladders, and a storehouse several floors high. Wherever the doors of these places were open, a closely packed throng of bursting wheat sacks could be seen standing inside, with the air of awaiting a famine that would not come. She wandered about this place, uncomfortably conscious of the impending interview, till she was quite weary of searching. She ventured to inquire of a boy in what quarter Mr. Henchard could be found. He directed her to an office which she had not seen before, and knocking at the door she was answered by a cry of "Come in." Elizabeth turned the handle, and there stood before her, bending over some sample bags on a table, not the corn merchant, but the young Scotchman, Mr. Farfrae, in the act of pouring some grains of wheat from one hand to the other. His hat hung on a peg behind him, and the roses of his carpet-bag glowed from the corner of the room. Having toned her feelings and arranged words on her lips for Mr. Henchard, and for him alone, she was for the moment confounded. "Yes, what is it?" said the Scotchman, like a man who permanently ruled there. "She said she wanted to see Mr. Henchard." "Ah, yes. Will you wait a minute? He is engaged just now," said the young man, apparently not recognizing her as the girl at the inn. He handed her a chair, bade her sit down, and turned to his sample bags again. While Elizabeth Jane sits waiting in great amaze at the young man's presence, we may briefly explain how he came there. When the two new acquaintances had passed out of sight that morning towards the Bath and Bristol road, they went on silently, except for a few commonplaces, till they had gone down an avenue on the town walls called the Chalk Walk, leading to an angle where the north and west escarpments met. From this high corner of the square earthworks a vast extent of country could be seen. A footpath ran steeply down the green slope, conducting from the shady promenade on the walls to a road at the bottom of the scarp. It was by this path the Scotchman had to descend. "Well, here's success to 'ee," said Henchard, holding out his right hand and leaning with his left upon the wicket which protected the descent. In the act there was the inelegance of one whose feelings are nipped and wishes defeated. "I shall often think of this time, and of how you came at the very moment to throw a light upon my difficulty." Still holding the young man's hand, he paused, and then added deliberately, Now I am not the man to let a cause be lost for want of a word, and before ye are gone for ever, I'll speak. Once more, will ye stay? There it is, flat and plain. You can see that it isn't all selfishness that makes me pressy, for my business is not quite so scientific as to require an intellect entirely out of the common. Others would do for the place, without doubt. Some selfishness perhaps there is, but there is more. It isn't for me to repeat what. Come bide with me, and name your own terms. I'll agree to 'em willingly, and without a word of gainsaying. For, hang it, Farfrae, I like thee well." The young man's hand remained steady in Henchard's for a moment or two. He looked over the fertile country that stretched beneath them, then backward along the shaded walk reaching to the top of the town. His face flushed. "I never expected this. I did not," he said. "It's Providence. Should anyone go against it? No. I'll not go to America. I'll stay and be your man." His hand, which had lain lifeless in Henchard's, returned the latter's grasp. "Done," said Henchard. "Done," said Donald Farfrae. The face of Mr. Henchard beamed forth a satisfaction that was almost fierce in its strength. "Now you are my friend," he exclaimed. "Come back to my house. Let's clinch it at once by clear terms, so as to be comfortable in our minds." Farfrae caught up his bag and retraced the north-west avenue in Henchard's company as he had come. Henchard was all confidence now. "I am the most distant fellow in the world when I don't care for a man," he said. "But when a man takes my fancy, he takes it strong. Now, I am sure you can eat another breakfast. You couldn't have eaten much so early, even if they had anything at that place to gie thee, which they hadn't. So come to my house, and we will have a solid, staunch tuck-in and settle terms in black and white if you like, though my word's my bond. I can always make a good meal in the morning. I've got a splendid cold pigeon pie going just now. You can have some home-brewed if you want to, you know." "It is too early in the morning for that," said Farfrae with a smile. "Well, of course I didn't know. I don't drink it because of my oath, but I am obliged to brew it for my work-people." Thus talking, they returned and entered Henchard's premises by the back way or traffic entrance. Here the matter was settled over the breakfast, at which Henchard heaped the young Scotchman's plate to a prodigal fullness. He would not rest satisfied till Farfrae had written for his luggage from Bristol and dispatched the letter to the post office. When it was done, this man of strong impulses declared that his new friend should take up his abode in his house, at least till some suitable lodgings could be found. He then took Farfrae around and showed him the place, and the stores of grain and other stock, and finally entered the offices where the younger of them has already been discovered by Elizabeth. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 10. While she still sat under the Scotchman's eyes, a man came up to the door, reaching it as Henchard opened the door of the inner office to admit Elizabeth. The newcomer stepped forward like the quicker cripple at Bethesda, and entered in her stead. She could hear his words to Henchard. "Joshua Jopp, sir, by appointment, the new manager." "The new manager? He's in his office," said Henchard bluntly. "In his office?" said the man with a stultified air. "I mentioned Thursday," said Henchard, "and as you did not keep your appointment, I have engaged another manager. At first I thought he must be you. Do you think I can wait when business is in question?" "You said Thursday or Saturday, sir," said the newcomer, pulling out a letter. "Well, you are too late," said the corn factor. "I can say no more." "You as good as engaged me," murmured the man. "Subject to an interview," said Henchard. "I am sorry for you, very sorry indeed, but it can't be helped." There was no more to be said, and the man came out, encountering Elizabeth Jane in his passage. She could see that his mouth twitched with anger, and that bitter disappointment was written in his face everywhere. Elizabeth Jane now entered and stood before the master of the premises. His dark pupils, which always seemed to have a red spark of light in them, though this could hardly be a physical fact, turned indifferently round under his dark brows until they rested on her figure. "Now then, what is it, my young woman?" he said blandly. "Can I speak to you, not on business, sir?" said she. "Yes, I suppose." He looked at her more thoughtfully. "I am sent to tell you, sir," she innocently went on, "that a distant relative of yours by marriage, Susan Newson, a sailor's widow, is in the town, and to ask whether you would wish to see her." The rich rouge et noir of his countenance underwent a slight change. "Oh, Susan is still alive?" he asked with difficulty. "Yes, sir." "Are you her daughter?" "Yes, sir, her only daughter." "What do you call yourself? Your Christian name?" "Elizabeth Jane, sir." "Newson?" "Elizabeth Jane Newson." This at once suggested to Henchard that the transaction of his early married life at Weydon Fair was unrecorded in the family history. It was more than he could have expected. His wife had behaved kindly to him in return for his unkindness, and had never proclaimed her wrong to her child or to the world. "I am a good deal interested in your news," he said, "and as this is not a matter of business, but pleasure, suppose we go indoors." It was with a gentle delicacy of manner, surprising to Elizabeth, that he showed her out of the office and through the outer room, where Donald Farfrae was overhauling bins and samples with the inquiring inspection of a beginner in charge. Henchard preceded her through the door in the wall to the suddenly changed scene of the garden and flowers, and onward into the house. The dining room to which he introduced her still exhibited the remnants of the lavish breakfast laid for Farfrae. It was furnished to profusion with heavy mahogany furniture of the deepest red Spanish hues, Pembroke tables, with leaves hanging so low that they well nigh touched the floor, stood against the walls on legs and feet shaped like those of an elephant, and on one lay 3 huge folio volumes, a family Bible, a Josephus, and a Whole Duty of Man. In the chimney corner was a fire grate with a fluted semicircular back, having urns and festoons cast in relief thereon, and the chairs were of the kind which, since that day, has cast lustre upon the names of Chippendale and Sheraton, though in point of fact their patterns may have been such as those illustrious carpenters never saw or heard of. "Sit down, Elizabeth Jane, sit down," he said with a shake in his voice as he uttered her name, and sitting down himself he allowed his hands to hang between his knees while he looked upon the carpet. "Your mother, then, is quite well?" "She is rather worn out, sir, with travelling." "A sailor's widow. When did he die?" "Father was lost last spring." Henchard winced at the word father thus applied. "Do you and she come from abroad, America or Australia?" he asked. "No, we have been in England some years. I was 12 when we came here from Canada." "Ah, exactly." By such conversation he discovered the circumstances which had enveloped his wife and her child in such total obscurity that he had long ago believed them to be in their graves. These things being clear, he returned to the present. "And where is your mother staying?" "At the Three Mariners." "And you are her daughter, Elizabeth Jane," repeated Henchard. He arose, came close to her, and glanced in her face. "I think," he said, suddenly turning away with a wet eye, "you shall take a note from me to your mother. I should like to see her. She is not left very well off by her late husband?" His eye fell on Elizabeth's clothes, which, though a respectable suit of black, and her very best, were decidedly old-fashioned, even to Casterbridge eyes. "Not very well," she said, glad that he had divined this without her being obliged to express it. He sat down at the table and wrote a few lines, next taking from his pocket-book a £5 note, which he put in the envelope with the letter, adding to it, as by an afterthought, 5 shillings. Sealing the whole up carefully, he directed it to Mrs. Newson, 3 Mariners Inn, and handed the packet to Elizabeth. "Deliver it to her personally, please," said Henchard. "Well, I am glad to see you here, Elizabeth Jane. Very glad. We must have a long talk together, but not just now." He took her hand at parting and held it so warmly that she, who had known so little friendship, was much affected, and tears rose to her aerial grey eyes. The instant that she was gone, Henchard's state showed itself more distinctly. Having shut the door, he sat in his dining-room stiffly erect, gazing at the opposite wall, as if he read his history there. "Begad!" he suddenly exclaimed, jumping up. "I didn't think of that. Perhaps these are impostors, and Susan and the child dead after all." However, a something in Elizabeth Jane soon assured him that, as regarded her at least, there could be little doubt, and a few hours would settle the question of her mother's identity, for he had arranged in his note to see her that evening. "It never rains but it pours," said Henchard. His keenly excited interest in his new friend the Scotchman was now eclipsed by this event, and Donald Farfrae saw so little of him during the rest of the day that he wondered at the suddenness of his employer's moods. In the meantime Elizabeth had reached the inn. Her mother, instead of taking the note with the curiosity of a poor woman expecting assistance, was much moved at sight of it. She did not read it at once, asking Elizabeth to describe her reception and the very words Mr. Henchard used. Elizabeth's back was turned when her mother opened the letter. It ran thus: "Meet me at 8 o'clock this evening, if you can, at the Ring on the Budmouth Road. The place is easy to find. I can say no more now. The news upsets me almost. The girl seems to be in ignorance. Keep her so till I have seen you. M.H." He said nothing about the enclosure of 5 guineas. The amount was significant. It may tacitly have said to her that he bought her back again. She waited restlessly for the close of the day, telling Elizabeth Jane that she was invited to see Mr. Henchard, that she would go alone. But she said nothing to show that the place of meeting was not at his house, nor did she hand the note to Elizabeth. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 11. The Ring at Casterbridge was merely the local name of one of the finest Roman amphitheatres, if not the very finest, remaining in Britain. Casterbridge announced old Rome in every street, alley, and precinct. It looked Roman, bespoke the art of Rome, concealed dead men of Rome. It was impossible to dig more than a foot or two deep about the town fields and gardens, without coming upon some tall soldier or other of the empire, who had lain there in his silent, unobtrusive rest for a space of 1500 years. He was mostly found lying on his side, in an oval scoop in the chalk, like a chicken in its shell, his knees drawn up to his chest, sometimes with the remains of his spear against his arm, a fibula or brooch of bronze on his breast or forehead, an urn at his knees, a jar at his throat, a bottle at his mouth, and mystified conjecture pouring down upon him from the eyes of Casterbridge street boys and men, who had turned a moment to gaze at the familiar spectacle as they passed by. Imaginative inhabitants, who would have felt an unpleasantness at the discovery of a comparatively modern skeleton in their gardens, were quite unmoved by these hoary shapes. They had lived so long ago, their time was so unlike the present, their hopes and motives were so widely removed from ours, that between them and the living there seemed to stretch a gulf too wide for even a spirit to pass. The amphitheatre was a huge circular enclosure, with a notch at opposite extremities of its diameter north and south. From its sloping internal form, it might have been called the spittoon of the Jotuns. It was to Casterbridge what the ruined Colosseum is to modern Rome, and was nearly of the same magnitude. The dusk of evening was the proper hour at which a true impression of this suggestive place could be received. Standing in the middle of the arena at that time, there by degrees became apparent its real vastness, which a cursory view from the summit at noonday was apt to obscure. Melancholy, impressive, lonely, yet accessible from every part of the town, the historic circle was the frequent spot for appointments of a furtive kind. Intrigues were arranged there. Tentative meetings were there experimented after divisions and feuds. But one kind of appointment, in itself the most common of any, seldom had place in the amphitheatre, that of happy lovers. Why, seeing that it was preeminently an airy, accessible, and sequestered spot for interviews, the cheerfulest form of those occurrences never took kindly to the soil of the ruin, would be a curious inquiry. Perhaps it was because its associations had about them something sinister. Its history proved that. Apart from the sanguinary nature of the games originally played therein, such incidents attached to its past as these: that for scores of years the town gallows had stood at one corner; that in 1705 a woman who had murdered her husband was half strangled and then burnt there in the presence of 10,000 spectators. Tradition reports that at a certain stage of the burning her heart burst and leapt out of her body, to the terror of them all, and that not one of those 10,000 people ever cared particularly for hot roast after that. In addition to these old tragedies, pugilistic encounters, almost to the death, had come off down to recent dates in that secluded arena, entirely invisible to the outside world save by climbing to the top of the enclosure, which few townspeople in the daily round of their lives ever took the trouble to do. So that, though close to the turnpike road, crimes might be perpetrated there unseen at midday. Some boys had latterly tried to impart gaiety to the ruin by using the central arena as a cricket ground, but the game usually languished for the aforesaid reason, the dismal privacy which the earthen circle enforced, shutting out every appreciative passer's vision, every commendatory remark from outsiders, everything except the sky; and to play at games in such circumstances was like acting to an empty house. Possibly, too, the boys were timid, for some old people said that at certain moments in the summer time, in broad daylight, persons sitting with a book or dozing in the arena had, on lifting their eyes, beheld the slopes lined with a gazing legion of Hadrian's soldiery, as if watching the gladiatorial combat, and had heard the roar of their excited voices, that the scene would remain but a moment, like a lightning flash, and then disappear. It was related that there still remained under the south entrance excavated cells for the reception of the wild animals and athletes who took part in the games. The arena was still smooth and circular, as if used for its original purpose not so very long ago. The sloping pathways by which spectators had ascended to their seats were pathways yet. But the whole was grown over with grass, which now, at the end of summer, was bearded with withered bents that formed waves under the brush of the wind, returning to the attentive ear Aeolian modulations, and detaining for moments the flying globes of thistledown. Henchard had chosen this spot as being the safest from observation which he could think of for meeting his long-lost wife, and at the same time as one easily to be found by a stranger after nightfall. As mayor of the town with a reputation to keep up, he could not invite her to come to his house till some definite course had been decided on. Just before 8 he approached the deserted earthwork and entered by the south path which descended over the debris of the former dens. In a few moments he could discern a female figure creeping in by the great north gap or public gateway. They met in the middle of the arena. Neither spoke just at first. There was no necessity for speech, and the poor woman leant against Henchard, who supported her in his arms. "I don't drink," he said in a low, halting, apologetic voice. You hear, Susan? I don't drink now. I haven't since that night." Those were his first words. He felt her bow her head in acknowledgment that she understood. After a minute or two, he again began. "If I had known you were living, Susan, but there was every reason to suppose you and the child were dead and gone. I took every possible step to find you, travelled, advertised. My opinion at last was that you had started for some colony with that man and had been drowned on your voyage. Why did you keep silent like this?" "Oh, Michael, because of him. What other reason could there be? I thought I owed him faithfulness to the end of one of our lives. Foolishly I believed there was something solemn and binding in the bargain. I thought that even in honour I dared not desert him when he had paid so much for me in good faith. I meet you now only as his widow. I consider myself that, and that I have no claim upon you. Had he not died, I should never have come. Never. Of that you may be sure." "How could you be so simple?" "I don't know. Yet it would have been very wicked if I had not thought like that," said Susan, almost crying. "Yes, yes, so it would. It is only that which makes me feel an innocent woman. But to lead me into this—" "What, Michael?" she asked, alarmed. "Why, this difficulty about our living together again, and Elizabeth Jane. She cannot be told all. She would so despise us both that I could not bear it." "That was why she was brought up in ignorance of you. I could not bear it either." "Well, we must talk of a plan for keeping her in her present belief, and getting matters straight in spite of it. You have heard I am in a large way of business here, that I am mayor of the town, and churchwarden, and I don't know what all?" "Yes," she murmured. "These things, as well as the dread of the girl discovering our disgrace, makes it necessary to act with extreme caution, so that I don't see how you two can return openly to my house as the wife and daughter I once treated badly and banished from me, and there's the rub o' it." "We'll go away at once. I only came to see—" "No, no, Susan, you are not to go. You mistake me," he said with kindly severity. "I have thought of this plan, that you and Elizabeth take a cottage in the town as the widow Mrs. Newson and her daughter, that I meet you, court you, and marry you, Elizabeth Jane coming to my house as my stepdaughter. The thing is so natural and easy that it is half done in thinking on't. This would leave my shady, headstrong, disgraceful life as a young man absolutely unopened. The secret would be yours and mine only, and I should have the pleasure of seeing my own only child under my roof, as well as my wife." "I am quite in your hands, Michael," she said meekly. "I came here for the sake of Elizabeth. For myself, if you tell me to leave again tomorrow morning and never come near you more, I am content to go." "Now, we don't want to hear that," said Henchard gently. "Of course you won't leave again. Think over the plan I have proposed for a few hours, and if you can't hit upon a better one, we'll adopt it. I have to be away for a day or two on business, unfortunately, but during that time you can get lodgings. The only ones in the town fit for you are those over the china shop in High Street, and you can also look for a cottage." "If the lodgings are in High Street, they are dear, I suppose." "Never mind, you must start genteel if our plan is to be carried out. Look to me for money. Have you enough till I come back?" "Quite," said she. "And are you comfortable at the inn?" "Oh, yes." "And the girl is quite safe from learning the shame of her case and ours? That's what makes me most anxious of all." "You would be surprised to find how unlikely she is to dream of the truth. How could she ever suppose such a thing?" "True." "I like the idea of repeating our marriage," said Mrs. Henchard, after a pause. "It seems the only right course after all this. Now I think I must go back to Elizabeth Jane, and tell her that our kinsman, Mr. Henchard, kindly wishes us to stay in the town." "Very well. Arrange that yourself. I'll go some way with you." "No, no, don't run any risk," said his wife anxiously. "I can find my way back. It is not late. Please let me go alone." "Right," said Henchard. "But just one word. Do you forgive me, Susan?" She murmured something, but seemed to find it difficult to frame her answer. "Never mind. All in good time," said he. "Judge me by my future works. Good-bye." He retreated and stood at the upper side of the amphitheatre while his wife passed out through the lower way and descended under the trees to the town. Then Henchard himself went homeward, going so fast that by the time he reached his door he was almost upon the heels of the unconscious woman from whom he had just parted. He watched her up the street and turned into his house. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 12. On entering his own door after watching his wife out of sight, the mayor walked on through the tunnel-shaped passage into the garden, and thence by the back door towards the stores and granaries. A light shone from the office window, and there being no blind to screen the interior, Henchard could see Donald Farfrae still seated where he had left him, initiating himself into the managerial work of the house by overhauling the books. Henchard entered, merely observing, "Don't let me interrupt you if you will stay so late." He stood behind Farfrae's chair, watching his dexterity in clearing up the numerical fogs which had been allowed to grow so thick in Henchard's books as almost to baffle even the Scotchman's perspicacity. The corn factor's mien was half admiring, and yet it was not without a dash of pity for the tastes of anyone who could care to give his mind to such finikin details. Henchard himself was mentally and physically unfit for grubbing subtleties from soiled paper. He had, in a modern sense, received the education of Achilles, and found penmanship a tantalizing art. "You shall do no more to-night," he said at length, spreading his great hand over the paper. "There's time enough to-morrow. Come indoors with me and have some supper. Now you shall. I am determined on it." He shut the account books with friendly force. Donald had wished to get to his lodgings, but he already saw that his friend and employer was a man who knew no moderation in his requests and impulses, and he yielded gracefully. He liked Henchard's warmth, even if it inconvenienced him, the great difference in their characters adding to the liking. They locked up the office, and the young man followed his companion through the private little door, which, admitting directly into Henchard's garden, permitted a passage from the utilitarian to the beautiful at one step. The garden was silent, dewy, and full of perfume. It extended a long way back from the house, first as lawn and flower beds, then as fruit garden, where the long-tied espaliers, as old as the old house itself, had grown so stout and cramped and gnarled that they had pulled their stakes out of the ground and stood distorted and writhing in vegetable agony, like leafy laocoons. The flowers which smelt so sweetly were not discernible, and they passed through them into the house. The hospitalities of the morning were repeated, and when they were over, Henchard said, "Pull your chair round to the fireplace, my dear fellow, and let's make a blaze. There's nothing I hate like a black grate, even in September." He applied a light to the laid-in fuel, and a cheerful radiance spread around. "It is odd," said Henchard, "that two men should meet as we have done on a purely business ground, and that at the end of the first day I should wish to speak to 'ee on a family matter. But damn it all, I am a lonely man, Farfrae. I have nobody else to speak to, and why shouldn't I tell it to 'ee?" "I'll be glad to hear it if I can be of any service," said Donald, allowing his eyes to travel over the intricate wood carvings of the chimney-piece, representing garlanded lyres, shields, and quivers, on either side of a draped ox-skull, and flanked by heads of Apollo and Diana, in low relief. "I've not been always what I am now," continued Henchard, his firm, deep voice being ever so little shaken. He was plainly under that strange influence which sometimes prompts men to confide to the new-found friend what they will not tell to the old. I began life as a working hay-trusser, and when I was 18 I married on the strength of my calling. Would you think me a married man?" "I heard in the town that you were a widower." "Ah, yes, you would naturally have heard that. Well, I lost my wife 19 years ago or so, by my own fault. This is how it came about. One summer evening I was traveling for employment, and she was walking at my side, carrying the baby, our only child. We came to a booth in a country fair. I was a drinking man at that time." Henchard paused a moment, threw himself back so that his elbow rested on the table, his forehead being shaded by his hand, which, however, did not hide the marks of introspective inflexibility on his features, as he narrated in fullest detail the incidents of the transaction with the sailor. The tinge of indifference which had at first been visible in the Scotchman now disappeared. Henchard went on to describe his attempts to find his wife, the oath he swore, the solitary life he led during the years which followed. "I have kept my oath for 19 years," he went on. "I have risen to what you see me now." "Aye." "Well, no wife could I hear of in all that time, and being by nature something of a woman-hater, I have found it no hardship to keep mostly at a distance from the sex. No wife could I hear of, I say, till this very day. And now she has come back." "Come back, has she?" "This morning, this very morning. And what's to be done?" "Can you no take her and live with her and make some amends?" "That's what I've planned and proposed. But, Farfrae," said Henchard gloomily, "by doing right with Susan, I wrong another innocent woman." "You don't say that." "In the nature of things, Farfrae, it is almost impossible that a man of my sort should have the good fortune to tide through 20 years a life without making more blunders than one. It has been my custom for many years to run across to Jersey in the way of business, particularly in the potato and root season. I do a large trade with them in that line. Well, one autumn, when stopping there, I fell quite ill, and in my illness I sank into one of those gloomy fits I sometimes suffer from on account of the loneliness of my domestic life, when the world seems to have the blackness of hell, and, like Job, I could curse the day that gave me birth." "Ah, now, I never feel like it," said Farfrae. "Then pray to God that you never may, young man. While in this state I was taken pity on by a woman, a young lady, I should call her, for she was of good family, well bred and well educated, the daughter of some harum-scarum military officer who had got into difficulties, and had his pay sequestrated. He was dead now, and her mother too, and she was as lonely as I. This young creature was staying at the boarding-house where I happened to have my lodging, and when I was pulled down she took upon herself to nurse me. From that she got to have a foolish liking for me, heaven knows why, for I wasn't worth it. But being together in the same house, and her feeling warm, we got naturally intimate. I won't go into particulars of what our relations were. It is enough to say that we honestly meant to marry. There arose a scandal, which did me no harm, but was of course ruin to her. Though, Farfrae, between you and me, as man and man, I solemnly declare that philandering with womankind has neither been my vice nor my virtue. She was terribly careless of appearances, and I was perhaps more, because of my dreary state. And it was through this that the scandal arose. At last I was well, and came away. When I was gone, she suffered much on my account, and didn't forget to tell me so in letters one after another, till latterly I felt I owed her something, and thought that, as I had not heard of Susan for so long, I would make this other one the only return I could make, and ask her if she would run the risk of Susan being alive, very slight as I believed, and marry me, such as I was. She jumped for joy, and we should no doubt soon have been married. But, behold, Susan appears." Donald showed his deep concern at a complication so far beyond the degree of his simple experiences. Now see what injury a man may cause around him, even after that wrong-doing at the fair when I was young. If I had never been so selfish as to let this giddy girl devote herself to me over at Jersey, to the injury of her name, all might now be well. Yet, as it stands, I must bitterly disappoint one of these women, and it is the second. My first duty is to Susan, there's no doubt about that. They are both in a very melancholy position, and that's true, murmured Donald. They are. For myself, I don't care. 'Twill all end one way. But these two— Henchard paused in reverie. I feel I should like to treat the second no less than the first, as kindly as a man can in such a case. Ah, well, it cannot be helped, said the other with philosophic woefulness. You mun write to the young lady, and in your letter you must put it plain and honest that it turns out she cannot be your wife, the first having come back, that ye cannot see her more, and that ye wish her weel. That won't do. Odd seize it, I must do a little more than that. I must, though she did always brag about her rich uncle or rich aunt and her expectations from him, I must send a useful sum of money to her, I suppose, just as a little recompense, poor girl. Now, will you help me in this, and draw up an explanation to her of all I've told ye, breaking it as gently as you can? I'm so bad at letters. And I will. Now, I haven't told you quite all yet. My wife Susan has my daughter with her, the baby that was in her arms at the fair, and this girl knows nothing of me beyond that I am some sort of relation by marriage. She has grown up in the belief that the sailor to whom I made over her mother, and who is now dead, was her father, and her mother's husband. What her mother has always felt, she and I together feel now, that we can't proclaim our disgrace to the girl by letting her know the truth. Now, what would you do? I want your advice. I think I'd run the risk and tell her the truth. She'll forgive ye both. Never, said Henchard. I am not going to let her know the truth. Her mother and I be going to marry again, and it will not only help us to keep our child's respect, but it will be more proper. Susan looks upon herself as the sailor's widow, and won't think o' living with me, as formerly, without another religious ceremony, and she's right. Farfrae thereupon said no more. The letter to the young Jersey woman was carefully framed by him, and the interview ended. Henchard saying, as the Scotchman left, I feel it a great relief, Farfrae, to tell some friend of this. You see now that the mayor of Casterbridge is not so thriving in his mind as it seems he might be from the state of his pocket. I do, and I'm sorry for ye, said Farfrae. When he was gone, Henchard copied the letter, and, enclosing a cheque, took it to the post office, from which he walked back thoughtfully. Can it be that it will go off so easily? He said. Poor thing. God knows. Now then, to make amends to Susan. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 13. The cottage which Michael Henchard hired for his wife Susan, under her name of Newson, in pursuance of their plan, was in the upper or western part of the town, near the Roman wall, and the avenue which overshadowed it. The evening sun seemed to shine more yellowly there than anywhere else this autumn, stretching its rays, as the hours grew later, under the lowest sycamore boughs, and steeping the ground floor of the dwelling, with its green shutters, in a substratum of radiance which the foliage screened from the upper parts. Beneath these sycamores on the town walls could be seen from the sitting-room the tumuli and earth forts of the distant uplands, making it altogether a pleasant spot, with the usual touch of melancholy that a past-marked prospect lends. As soon as the mother and daughter were comfortably installed, with a white-aproned servant and all complete, Henchard paid them a visit and remained to tea. During the entertainment, Elizabeth was carefully hoodwinked by the very general tone of the conversation that prevailed, a proceeding which seemed to afford some humour to Henchard, though his wife was not particularly happy in it. The visit was repeated again and again with business-like determination by the mayor, who seemed to have schooled himself into a course of strict mechanical rightness towards this woman of prior claim, at any expense to the later one and to his own sentiments. One afternoon the daughter was not indoors when Henchard came, and he said dryly, "This is a very good opportunity for me to ask you to name the happy day, Susan." The poor woman smiled faintly. She did not enjoy pleasantries on a situation into which she had entered solely for the sake of her girl's reputation. She liked them so little, indeed, that there was room for wonder why she had countenanced deception at all, and had not bravely let the girl know her history. But the flesh is weak, and the true explanation came in due course. "Oh, Michael," she said, "I am afraid all this is taking up your time and giving trouble, when I did not expect any such thing." And she looked at him, and at his dress as a man of affluence, and at the furniture he had provided for the room, ornate and lavish to her eyes. "Not at all," said Henchard in rough benignity. "This is only a cottage. It costs me next to nothing. And as to taking up my time," here his red and black visage kindled with satisfaction, "I've a splendid fellow to superintend my business now, a man whose like I've never been able to lay hands on before. I shall soon be able to leave everything to him, and have more time to call my own than I've had for these last 20 years." Henchard's visits here grew so frequent and so regular that it soon became whispered, and then openly discussed in Casterbridge, that the masterful, coercive mayor of the town was raptured and enervated by the genteel widow, Mrs. Newson. His well-known haughty indifference to the society of womankind, his silent avoidance of converse with the sex, contributed a piquancy to what would otherwise have been an unromantic matter enough. That such a poor, fragile woman should be his choice was inexplicable, except on the ground that the engagement was a family affair in which sentimental passion had no place, for it was known that they were related in some way. Mrs. Henchard was so pale that the boys called her the ghost. Sometimes Henchard overheard this epithet when they passed together along the walks, as the avenues on the walls were named, at which his face would darken with an expression of destructiveness towards the speakers ominous to see, but he said nothing. He pressed on the preparations for his union, or rather reunion, with this pale creature, in a dogged, unflinching spirit which did credit to his conscientiousness. Nobody would have conceived from his outward demeanour that there was no amatory fire or pulse of romance acting as stimulant to the bustle going on in his gaunt great house. Nothing but 3 large resolves. 1. To make amends to his neglected Susan. Another, to provide a comfortable home for Elizabeth Jane under his paternal eye. And a third, to castigate himself with the thorns which these restitutory acts brought in their train, among them the lowering of his dignity in public opinion by marrying so comparatively humble a woman. Susan Henchard entered a carriage for the first time in her life when she stepped into the plain brougham which drew up at the door on the wedding day to take her and Elizabeth Jane to church. It was a windless morning of warm November rain, which floated down like meal, and lay in a powdery form on the nap of hats and coats. Few people had gathered round the church door, though they were well packed within. The Scotchman, who assisted as groomsman, was of course the only one present, beyond the chief actors, who knew the true situation of the contracting parties. He, however, was too inexperienced, too thoughtful, too judicial, too strongly conscious of the serious side of the business, to enter into the scene in its dramatic aspect. That required the special genius of Christopher Coney, Solomon Longways, Buzzford, and their fellows. But they knew nothing of the secret, though, as the time for coming out of church drew on, they gathered on the pavement adjoining and expounded the subject according to their lights. "'Tis 45 years since I had my settlement in this here town," said Coney, "but daze me if I ever see a man wait so long before to take so little. There's a chance even for thee after this, Nance Mockridge." The remark was addressed to a woman who stood behind his shoulder, the same who had exhibited Henchard's bad bread in public when Elizabeth and her mother entered Casterbridge. "Be cussed if I'd marry any such as he, or thee either," replied that lady. "As for thee, Christopher, we know what ye be, and the less said the better. And as for he, well, there," lowering her voice, "'tis said 'a was a poor parish prentice. I wouldn't say it for all the world, but 'a was a poor parish prentice that began life with no more belongin' to un than a carrion crow." "And now he's worth ever so much a minute," murmured Longways. "When a man is said to be worth so much a minute, he's a man to be considered." Turning, he saw a circular disc reticulated with creases, and recognized the smiling countenance of the fat woman who had asked for another song at the Three Mariners. "Well, Mother Cuxom," he said, "how's this? Here's Mrs. Newson, a mere skeleton, has got another husband to keep her, while a woman of your tonnage have not." "I have not, nor another to beat me. Ah, yes, Cuxom's gone, and so shall leather breeches." "Yes, with the blessing of God, leather breeches shall go." "'Tisn't worth my old while to think of another husband," continued Mrs. Cuxom, "and yet I'll lay my life I'm as respectable born as she." "True. Your mother was a very good woman. I can mind her. She were rewarded by the Agricultural Society for having begot the greatest number of healthy children without parish assistance, and other virtuous marvels." "'Twas that kept us so low upon ground, that great hungry family." "Aye, where the pigs be many, the wash runs thin." "And dostn't mind how mother would sing, Christopher," continued Mrs. Cuxom, kindling at the retrospection, "and how we went with her to the party at Mellstock, do ye mind? At old Dame Ledlow's, Farmer Shinar's aunt, do ye mind? She we used to call Toadskin, because her face were so yaller and freckled, do ye mind?" "I do, I do," said Christopher Coney. "And well do I, for I was getting up husband high at that time, one half girl and t'other half woman, as one may say. And canst mind," she prodded Solomon's shoulder with her finger tip, while her eyes twinkled between the crevices of their lids, "canst mind the sherry wine and the silver snuffers, and how Joan Dummett was took bad when we were coming home, and Jack Griggs was forced to carry her through the mud, and how 'a let her fall in Dairyman Sweetapple's cow barton, and we had to clane her gown with grass, never such a mess as 'a were in?" "Aye, that I do, such doggery as there was in them ancient days, to be sure. Ah, the miles I used to walk then, and now I can hardly step over a furrow." Their reminiscences were cut short by the appearance of the reunited pair, Henchard looking round upon the idlers with that ambiguous gaze of his, which at one moment seemed to mean satisfaction, and at another fiery disdain. "Well, there's a difference between 'em, though he do call himself a teetotaler," said Nance Mockridge. "She'll wish her cake dough afore she's done of him. There's a blue beardy look about un, and 'twill out in time." "Stuff! He's well enough. Some folk want their luck buttered. If I had a choice as wide as the ocean sea, I wouldn't wish for a better man. A poor twanking woman like her, 'tis a godsend for her, and hardly a pair of jumps or night rail to her name." The plain little brougham drove off in the mist, and the idlers dispersed. "Well, we hardly know how to look at things in these times," said Solomon. "There was a man dropped down dead yesterday, not so very many miles from here, and what with that and this moist weather, 'tis scarce worth one's while to begin any work of consequence to-day. I'm in such a low key with drinking nothing but small table ninepenny this last week or two, that I shall call and warm up at the Mariners as I pass along." "I don't know but that I may as well go with ye, Solomon," said Christopher. "I'm as clammy as a cockle snail." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 14. A Martinmas summer of Mrs. Henchard's life set in with her entry into her husband's large house and respectable social orbit, and it was as bright as such summers well can be. Lest she should pine for deeper affection than he could give, he made a point of showing some semblance of it in external action. Among other things, he had the iron railings that had smiled sadly in dull rust for the last 80 years, painted a bright green, and the heavy-barred, small-paned Georgian sash windows enlivened with 3 coats of white. He was as kind to her as a man, mayor, and churchwarden could possibly be. The house was large, the rooms lofty, and the landings wide, and the 2 unassuming women scarcely made a perceptible addition to its contents. To Elizabeth Jane the time was a most triumphant one. The freedom she experienced, the indulgence with which she was treated, went beyond her expectations. The reposeful, easy, affluent life to which her mother's marriage had introduced her was, in truth, the beginning of a great change in Elizabeth. She found she could have nice personal possessions and ornaments for the asking, and as the mediaeval saying puts it, "Take, have, and keep" are pleasant words. With peace of mind came development, and with development, beauty. Knowledge, the result of great natural insight, she did not lack. Learning, accomplishment, those, alas, she had not. But as the winter and spring passed by, her thin face and figure filled out in rounder and softer curves. The lines and contractions upon her young brow went away. The muddiness of skin, which she had looked upon as her lot by nature, departed with a change to abundance of good things, and a bloom came upon her cheek. Perhaps, too, her grey, thoughtful eyes revealed an arch gaiety sometimes, but this was infrequent. The sort of wisdom which looked from their pupils did not readily keep company with these lighter moods. Like all people who have known rough times, light-heartedness seemed to her too irrational and inconsequent to be indulged in, except as a reckless dram now and then. For she had been too early habituated to anxious reasoning to drop the habit suddenly. She felt none of those ups and downs of spirit which beset so many people without cause. Never, to paraphrase a recent poet, never a gloom in Elizabeth Jane's soul, but she well knew how it came there, and her present cheerfulness was fairly proportionate to her solid guarantees for the same. It might have been supposed that, given a girl rapidly becoming good-looking, comfortably circumstanced, and for the first time in her life commanding ready money, she would go and make a fool of herself by dress. But no. The reasonableness of almost everything that Elizabeth did was nowhere more conspicuous than in this question of clothes. To keep in the rear of opportunity in matters of indulgence is as valuable a habit as to keep abreast of opportunity in matters of enterprise. This unsophisticated girl did it by an innate perceptiveness that was almost genius. Thus she refrained from bursting out like a water-flower that spring, and clothing herself in puffings and knick-knacks, as most of the Casterbridge girls would have done in her circumstances. Her triumph was tempered by circumspection. She had still that field-mouse fear of the coulter of destiny, despite fair promise, which is common among the thoughtful who have suffered early from poverty and oppression. "I won't be too gay on any account," she would say to herself. "It would be tempting Providence to hurl mother and me down, and afflict us again as he used to do." We now see her in a black silk bonnet, velvet mantle or silk spencer, dark dress, and carrying a sunshade. In this latter article she drew the line at fringe, and had it plain-edged, with a little ivory ring for keeping it closed. It was odd about the necessity for that sunshade. She discovered that with the clarification of her complexion and the birth of pink cheeks, her skin had grown more sensitive to the sun's rays. She protected those cheeks forthwith, deeming spotlessness part of womanliness. Henchard had become very fond of her, and she went out with him more frequently than with her mother now. Her appearance one day was so attractive that he looked at her critically. "I happened to have the ribbon by me, so I made it up," she faltered, thinking him perhaps dissatisfied with some rather bright trimming she had donned for the first time. "Aye, of course, to be sure," he replied in his leonine way. "Do as you like, or rather as your mother advises ye. Od send I've nothing to say to it." Indoors she appeared with her hair divided by a parting that arched like a white rainbow from ear to ear. All in front of this line was covered with a thick encampment of curls. All behind was dressed smoothly and drawn to a knob. The three members of the family were sitting at breakfast one day, and Henchard was looking silently, as he often did, at this head of hair, which in colour was brown, rather light than dark. "I thought Elizabeth Jane's hair— Didn't you tell me that Elizabeth Jane's hair promised to be black when she was a baby?" he said to his wife. She looked startled, jerked his foot warningly, and murmured, "Did I?" As soon as Elizabeth was gone to her own room, Henchard resumed. "Begad, I nearly forgot myself just now. What I meant was that the girl's hair certainly looked as if it would be darker when she was a baby." "It did, but they alter so," replied Susan. "Their hair gets darker, I know, but I wasn't aware it lightened ever." "Oh, yes." And the same uneasy expression came out on her face, to which the future held the key. It passed as Henchard went on. "Well, so much the better. Now, Susan, I want to have her called Miss Henchard, not Miss Newson. Lots of people do it already in carelessness. It is her legal name, so it may as well be made her usual name. I don't like t'other name at all for my own flesh and blood. I'll advertise it in the Casterbridge paper. That's the way they do it. She won't object." "No. Oh, no. But—" "Well, then, I shall do it," he said peremptorily. "Surely, if she's willing, you must wish it as much as I." "Oh, yes, if she agrees, let us do it by all means," she replied. Then Mrs. Henchard acted somewhat inconsistently. It might have been called falsely, but that her manner was emotional and full of the earnestness of one who wishes to do right at great hazard. She went to Elizabeth Jane, whom she found sewing in her own sitting-room upstairs, and told her what had been proposed about her surname. "Can you agree? Is it not a slight upon Newson, now he's dead and gone?" Elizabeth reflected. "I'll think of it, mother," she answered. When, later in the day, she saw Henchard, she adverted to the matter at once, in a way which showed that the line of feeling started by her mother had been persevered in. "Do you wish this change so very much, sir?" she asked. "Wish it? Why, my blessed fathers, what an ado you women make about a trifle! I proposed it, that's all. Now, Elizabeth Jane, just please yourself. Curse me if I care what you do. Now, you understand, don't he go agreeing to it to please me." Here the subject dropped, and nothing more was said, and nothing was done, and Elizabeth still passed as Miss Newson, and not by her legal name. Meanwhile, the great corn and hay traffic conducted by Henchard throve under the management of Donald Farfrae as it had never thriven before. It had formerly moved in jolts. Now it went on oiled castors. The old crude viva voce system of Henchard, in which everything depended upon his memory, and bargains were made by the tongue alone, was swept away. Letters and ledgers took the place of "I'll do it, and you shall hae it." And, as in all such cases of advance, The rugged picturesqueness of the old method disappeared with its inconveniences. The position of Elizabeth Jane's room, rather high in the house so that it commanded a view of the hay stores and granaries across the garden, afforded her opportunity for accurate observation of what went on there. She saw that Donald and Mr. Henchard were inseparables. When walking together, Henchard would lay his arm familiarly on his manager's shoulder, as if Farfrae were a younger brother, bearing so heavily that his slight frame bent under the weight. Occasionally she would hear a perfect cannonade of laughter from Henchard, arising from something Donald had said, the latter looking quite innocent and not laughing at all. In Henchard's somewhat lonely life he evidently found the young man as desirable for comradeship as he was useful for consultations. Donald's brightness of intellect maintained in the corn factor the admiration it had won at the first hour of their meeting. The poor opinion, and but ill concealed, that he entertained of the slim Farfrae's physical girth, strength, and dash, was more than counterbalanced by the immense respect he had for his brains. Her quiet eye discerned that Henchard's tigerish affection for the younger man, his constant liking to have Farfrae near him, now and then resulted in a tendency to domineer, which, however, was checked in a moment when Donald exhibited marks of real offence. One day, looking down on their figures from on high, she heard the latter remark, as they stood in the doorway between the garden and yard, that their habit of walking and driving about together rather neutralized Farfrae's value as a second pair of eyes, which should be used in places where the principal was not. "Ah, damn it!" cried Henchard. "What's all the world? I like a fellow to talk to. Now come along and hae some supper, and don't take too much thought about things, or you'll drive me crazy." When she walked with her mother, on the other hand, she often beheld the Scotchman looking at them with a curious interest. The fact that he had met her at the Three Mariners was insufficient to account for it, since on the occasions on which she had entered his room he had never raised his eyes. Besides, it was at her mother more particularly than at herself that he looked, to Elizabeth Jane's half-conscious, simple-minded, perhaps pardonable disappointment. Thus she could not account for this interest by her own attractiveness, and she decided that it might be apparent only, a way of turning his eyes that Mr. Farfrae had. She did not divine the ample explanation of his manner without personal vanity that was afforded by the fact of Donald being the depositary of Henchard's confidence in respect of his past treatment of the pale, chastened mother who walked by her side. Her conjectures on that past never went further than faint ones based on things casually heard and seen, mere guesses that Henchard and her mother might have been lovers in their younger days, who had quarrelled and parted. Casterbridge, as has been hinted, was a place deposited in the block upon a cornfield. There was no suburb in the modern sense, or transitional intermixture of town and down. It stood, with regard to the wide fertile land adjoining, clean-cut and distinct, like a chessboard on a green tablecloth. The farmer's boy could sit under his barley-mow and pitch a stone into the office window of the town clerk. Reapers at work among the sheaves nodded to acquaintances standing on the pavement corner. The red-robed judge, when he condemned a sheep-stealer, pronounced sentence to the tune of "Bah!" that floated in at the window from the remainder of the flock browsing hard by. And at executions the waiting crowd stood in a meadow immediately before the drop, out of which the cows had been temporarily driven to give the spectators room. The corn grown on the upland side of the borough was garnered by farmers who lived in an eastern purlieu called Durnover. Here wheat ricks overhung the old Roman street, and thrust their eaves against the church tower. Green thatched barns, with doorways as high as the gates of Solomon's temple, opened directly upon the main thoroughfare. Barns, indeed, were so numerous as to alternate with every half-dozen houses along the way. Here lived burgesses who daily walked the fallow. shepherds in an intramural squeeze. A street of farmers' homesteads, a street ruled by a mayor and corporation, yet echoing with the thump of the flail, the flutter of the winnowing fan, and the purr of the milk into the pails, a street which had nothing urban in it whatever. This was the Durnover end of Casterbridge. Henchard, as was natural, dealt largely with this nursery or bed of small farmers close at hand, and his wagons were often down that way. One day, when arrangements were in progress for getting home corn from one of the aforesaid farms, Elizabeth Jane received a note by hand, asking her to oblige the writer by coming at once to a granary on Durnover Hill. As this was the granary whose contents Henchard was removing, she thought the request had something to do with his business, and proceeded thither as soon as she had put on her bonnet. The granary was just within the farmyard, and stood on stone staddles, high enough for persons to walk under. The gates were open, but nobody was within. However, she entered and waited. Presently she saw a figure approaching the gate, that of Donald Farfrae. He looked up at the church clock and came in. By some unaccountable shyness, some wish not to meet him there alone, she quickly ascended the step-ladder leading to the granary door, and entered it before he had seen her. Farfrae advanced, imagining himself in solitude, and, a few drops of rain beginning to fall, he moved and stood under the shelter where she had just been standing. Here he leant against one of the staddles, and gave himself up to patience. He, too, was plainly expecting some one. Could it be herself? If so, why? In a few minutes he looked at his watch, and then pulled out a note, a duplicate of the one she had herself received. This situation began to be very awkward, and the longer she waited, the more awkward it became. To emerge from a door just above his head, and descend the ladder, and show she had been in hiding there, would look so very foolish that she still waited on. A winnowing machine stood close beside her, and to relieve her suspense she gently moved the handle, whereupon a cloud of wheat husks flew out into her face, and covered her clothes and bonnet, and stuck into the fur of her victorine. He must have heard the slight movement, for he looked up, and then ascended the steps. "Ah, it's Miss Newson," he said, as soon as he could see into the granary. "I didn't know you were there. I have kept the appointment, and am at your service." "Oh, Mr. Farfrae," she faltered, "so have I. But I didn't know it was you who wished to see me, otherwise I wish to see you? Oh, no. At least, that is, I am afraid there may be a mistake. Didn't you ask me to come here? Didn't you write this?" Elizabeth held out her note. "No, indeed, at no hand would I have thought of it. And for you, didn't you ask me? This is not your writing?" And he held up his. "By no means." "And is that really so? Then it's somebody wanting to see us both. Perhaps we would do well to wait a little longer." Acting on this consideration, they lingered, Elizabeth Jane's face being arranged to an expression of preternatural composure, and the young Scot, at every footstep in the street without, looking from under the granary to see if the pastor were about to enter and declare himself their summoner. They watched individual drops of rain creeping down the thatch of the opposite rick, straw after straw, till they reached the bottom, but nobody came, and the granary roof began to drip. "The person is not likely to be coming," said Farfrae. "It's a trick, perhaps, and if so, it's a great pity to waste our time like this, and so much to be done." "'Tis a great liberty," said Elizabeth. "It's true, Miss Newson. We'll hear news of this some day, depend on it, and who it was that did it. I wouldn't stand for it hindering myself, but you, Miss Newson—" "I don't mind much," she replied. "Neither do I." They lapsed again into silence. "You are anxious to get back to Scotland, I suppose, Mr. Farfrae?" she inquired. "Oh, no, Miss Newson. Why would I be?" "I only supposed you might be from the song you sang at the Three Mariners. About Scotland and home, I mean. which you seemed to feel so deep down in your heart, so that we all felt for you." "Aye, and I did sing there, I did. But, Miss Newson," and Donald's voice musically undulated between two semitones, as it always did when he became earnest, "it's well you feel a song for a few minutes, and your eyes they get quite tearful. But you finish it, and for all you felt, you don't mind it or think of it again for a long while. Oh no, I don't want to go back. Yet I'll sing the song to you with pleasure whenever you like. I could sing it now and not mind at all." "Thank you indeed, but I fear I must go, rain or no." "Aye. Then, Miss Newson, ye had better say nothing about this hoax, and take no heed of it. And if the person should say anything to you, be civil to him or her, as if you did not mind it, so you'll take the clever person's laugh away." In speaking, his eyes became fixed upon her dress, still sown with wheat husks. "There's husks and dust on you. Perhaps you don't know it," he said, in tones of extreme delicacy. "And it's very bad to let rain come upon clothes when there's chaff on them. It washes in and spoils them. Let me help you. Blowing is the best." As Elizabeth neither assented nor dissented, Donald Farfrae began blowing her back hair, and her side hair, and her neck, and the crown of her bonnet, and the fur of her victorine, Elizabeth saying, "Oh, thank you," at every puff. At last she was fairly clean, though Farfrae, having got over his first concern at the situation, seemed in no manner of hurry to be gone. "Ah, now I'll go and get ye an umbrella," he said. She declined the offer, stepped out, and was gone. Farfrae walked slowly after, looking thoughtfully at her diminishing figure, and whistling in undertones, "As I came down through Cannobie." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 15. At first Miss Newson's budding beauty was not regarded with much interest by anybody in Casterbridge. Donald Farfrae's gaze, it is true, was now attracted by the mayor's so-called stepdaughter, but he was only one. The truth is that she was but a poor illustrative instance of the prophet Baruch's sly definition, "the virgin that loveth to go gay." When she walked abroad, she seemed to be occupied with an inner chamber of ideas, and to have slight need for visible objects. She formed curious resolves on checking gay fancies in the matter of clothes, because it was inconsistent with her past life to blossom gaudily the moment she had become possessed of money. But nothing is more insidious than the evolution of wishes from mere fancies, and of wants from mere wishes. Henchard gave Elizabeth Jane a box of delicately tinted gloves one spring day. She wanted to wear them to show her appreciation of his kindness, but she had no bonnet that would harmonize. As an artistic indulgence, she thought she would have such a bonnet. When she had a bonnet that would go with the gloves, she had no dress that would go with the bonnet. It was now absolutely necessary to finish. She ordered the requisite article, and found that she had no sunshade to go with the dress. In for a penny, in for a pound, she bought the sunshade, and the whole structure was at last complete. Everybody was attracted, and some said that her bygone simplicity was the art that conceals art, the delicate imposition of Rochefoucauld. She had produced an effect, a contrast, and it had been done on purpose. As a matter of fact, this was not true, but it had its result. For as soon as Casterbridge thought her artful, it thought her worth notice. "It is the first time in my life that I have been so much admired," she said to herself, "though perhaps it is by those whose admiration is not worth having." But Donald Farfrae admired her too, and altogether the time was an exciting one. Sex had never before asserted itself in her so strongly. for in former days she had perhaps been too impersonally human to be distinctively feminine. After an unprecedented success one day, she came indoors, went upstairs, and leant upon her bed face downwards, quite forgetting the possible creasing and damage. "Good heaven!" she whispered. "Can it be? Here am I setting up as the town beauty?" When she had thought it over, her usual fear of exaggerating appearances engendered a deep sadness. "There is something wrong in all this," she mused. "If they only knew what an unfinished girl I am, that I can't talk Italian or use globes, or show any of the accomplishments they learn at boarding schools, how they would despise me. Better sell all this finery and buy myself grammar books and dictionaries and a history of all the philosophies." She looked from the window and saw Henchard and Farfrae in the hay-yard talking, with that impetuous cordiality on the mayor's part, and genial modesty on the younger man's, that was now so generally observable in their intercourse. Friendship between man and man, what a rugged strength there was in it, as evinced by these two! And yet the seed that was to lift the foundation of this friendship was at that moment taking root in a chink of its structure. It was about 6 o'clock. The men were dropping off homeward, one by one. The last to leave was a round-shouldered, blinking young man of 19 or 20, whose mouth fell ajar on the slightest provocation, seemingly because there was no chin to support it. Henchard called aloud to him as he went out of the gate. "Here, Abel Whittle." Whittle turned and ran back a few steps. "Yes, sir," he said, in breathless deprecation, as if he knew what was coming next. "Once more, be in time to-morrow morning. You see what's to be done, and you hear what I say, and you know I'm not going to be trifled with any longer." "Yes, sir." Then Abel Whittle left, and Henchard and Farfrae, and Elizabeth saw no more of them. Now there was good reason for this command on Henchard's part. Poor Abel, as he was called, had an inveterate habit of oversleeping himself and coming late to his work. His anxious will was to be among the earliest, but if his comrades omitted to pull the string that he always tied round his great toe and left hanging out the window for that purpose, his will was as wind. He did not arrive in time. As he was often second hand at the hay weighing, or at the crane which lifted the sacks, or was one of those who had to accompany the wagons into the country to fetch away stacks that had been purchased, this affliction of Abel's was productive of much inconvenience. For 2 mornings in the present week he had kept the others waiting nearly an hour. Hence Henchard's threat. It now remained to be seen what would happen to-morrow. 6 o'clock struck, and there was no Whittle. At 6:30 Henchard entered the yard. The wagon was horsed that Abel was to accompany, and the other man had been waiting 20 minutes. Then Henchard swore, and Whittle coming up breathless at that instant, the corn factor turned on him, and declared with an oath that this was the last time, that if he were behind once more, by God he would come and drag him out of bed. "There is summat wrong in my make, your worshipful," said Abel, "especially in the inside, whereas my poor dumb brain gets as dead as a clod afore I've said my few scrags of prayers. Yes, it came on as a stripling, just afore I'd got man's wages, whereas I never enjoy my bed at all, for no sooner do I lie down than I be asleep, and afore I be awake I be up. I've fretted my gizzard green about it, maester, but what can I do? Now last night, afore I went to bed, I only had a scantling of cheese, and—" "I don't want to hear it," roared Henchard. "To-morrow the wagons must start at 4, and if you're not here, stand clear. I'll mortify thy flesh for thee." "But let me clear up my points, your worshipful." Henchard turned away. "He asked me and he questioned me, and then he wouldn't hear my points," said Abel to the yard in general. "Now I shall twitch like a moment hand all night to night for fear o' him." The journey to be taken by the wagons next day was a long one into Blackmoor Vale, and at 4 o'clock lanterns were moving about the yard, but Abel was missing. Before either of the other men could run to Abel's and warn him, Henchard appeared in the garden doorway.
Where's Abel Whittle? Not come after all I've said? Now I'll carry out my word, by my blessed fathers. Nothing else will do him any good. I'm going up that way." Henchard went off, entered Abel's house, a little cottage in Back Street, the door of which was never locked because the inmates had nothing to lose. Reaching Whittle's bedside, the corn factor shouted a bass note so vigorously that Abel started up instantly, and beholding Henchard standing over him, was galvanized into spasmodic movements which had not much relation to getting on his clothes. "Out of bed, sir, and off to the granary, or you leave my employ to-day. 'Tis to teach ye a lesson. March on, never mind your breeches." The unhappy Whittle threw on his sleeve waistcoat and managed to get into his boots at the bottom of the stairs, while Henchard thrust his hat over his head. Whittle then trotted on down Back Street, Henchard walking sternly behind. Just at this time Farfrae, who had been to Henchard's house to look for him, came out of the back gate and saw something white fluttering in the morning gloom, which he soon perceived to be part of Abel's shirt that showed below his waistcoat. "For mercy's sake, what object's this?" said Farfrae, following Abel into the yard, Henchard being some way in the rear by this time. "Ye see, Mr. Farfrae," gibbered Abel, with a resigned smile of terror, "he said he'd mortify my flesh if so be I didn't get up sooner, and now he's a-doin' on it. Ye see, it can't be helped, Mr. Farfrae. Things do happen queer sometimes. Yes, I'll go to Blackmoor Vale half naked as I be, since he do command, but I shall kill myself afterwards. I can't outlive the disgrace, for the women folk will be looking out of their windows at my mortification all the way along, and laughing me to scorn as a man without breeches. You know how I feel such things, Mr. Farfrae, and how forlorn thoughts get hold upon me. Yes, I shall do myself harm, I feel it coming on." "Get back home and slip on your breeches, and come to wark like a man. If ye go not, ye'll hae your death standing there." "I'm afeard I mustn't. Mr. Henchard said—" "I don't care what Mr. Henchard said, nor anybody else. 'Tis simple foolishness to do this. Go and dress yourself instantly, Whittle." "Hullo, hullo," said Henchard, coming up behind. "Who's sending him back?" All the men looked towards Farfrae. "I am," said Donald. "I say this joke has been carried far enough." "And I say it hasn't. Get up in the wagon, Whittle." "Not if I am manager," said Farfrae. "He either goes home, or I march out of this yard for good." Henchard looked at him with a face stern and red, but he paused for a moment, and their eyes met. Donald went up to him, for he saw in Henchard's look that he began to regret this. "Come," said Donald quietly, "a man o' your position should ken better, sir. It is tyrannical, and no worthy of you." "'Tis not tyrannical," murmured Henchard like a sullen boy. "It is to make him remember." He presently added, in a tone of one bitterly hurt, "Why did you speak to me before them like that, Farfrae? You might have stopped till we were alone. Ah, I know why. I've told ye the secret of my life, fool that I was to do it, and you take advantage of me." "I had forgot it," said Farfrae simply. Henchard looked on the ground, said nothing more, and turned away. During the day Farfrae learnt from the men that Henchard had kept Abel's old mother in coals and snuff all the previous winter, which made him less antagonistic to the corn factor. But Henchard continued moody and silent, and when one of the men inquired of him if some oats should be hoisted to an upper floor or not, he said shortly, "Ask Mr. Farfrae. He's master here." Morally, he was. There could be no doubt of it. Henchard, who had hitherto been the most admired man in his circle, was the most admired no longer. One day the daughters of a deceased farmer in Durnover wanted an opinion of the value of their haystack, and sent a messenger to ask Mr. Farfrae to oblige them with one. The messenger, who was a child, met in the yard not Farfrae, but Henchard. "Very well," he said, "I'll come." "But please will Mr. Farfrae come?" said the child. "I am going that way. Why Mr. Farfrae?" said Henchard, with the fixed look of thought. "Why do people always want Mr. Farfrae?" "I suppose because they like him so. That's what they say." "Oh, I see. That's what they say, eh? They like him because he's cleverer than Mr. Henchard, and because he knows more, And, in short, Mr. Henchard can't hold a candle to him, eh?"
"Yes, that's just it, sir, some of it."
"Oh, there's more. Of course there's more. What besides? Come, here's a sixpence for a fairing."
"And he's better tempered, and Henchard's a fool to him, they say. And when some of the women were a walking home, they said, 'He's a diamond, he's a chap o' wax, he's the best, he's the horse for my money,' says they. And they said, 'He's the most understanding man of them two, by long chalks. I wish he was the master instead of Henchard,' they said."
"They'll talk any nonsense," Henchard replied with covered gloom. "Well, you can go now. And I am coming to value the hay, do you hear? I."
The boy departed, and Henchard murmured, "Wish he were master here, do they?" He went towards Durnover. On his way he overtook Farfrae. They walked on together, Henchard looking mostly on the ground. "You're no yoursel the day?" Donald inquired.
"Yes, I'm very well," said Henchard.
"But ye are a bit down. Surely ye are down. Why, there's nothing to be angry about. 'Tis splendid stuff that we've got from Blackmoor Vale. By the by, the people in Durnover want their hay valued."
"Yes, I am going there."
"I'll go with ye."
As Henchard did not reply, Donald practised a piece of music, sotto voce, till, getting near the bereaved people's door, he stopped himself with, "Ah, as their father is dead, I won't go on with such as that. How could I forget?" "Do you care so very much about hurting folks' feelings?" observed Henchard with a half sneer. "You do, I know, especially mine." "I am sorry if I have hurt yours, sir," replied Donald, standing still, with a second expression of the same sentiment in the regretfulness of his face. "Why should you say it? Think it." The cloud lifted from Henchard's brow, and as Donald finished, the corn merchant turned to him, regarding his breast rather than his face. "I have been hearing things that vexed me," he said. "'Twas that made me short in my manner, made me overlook what you really are. Now, I don't want to go in here about this hay. Farfrae, you can do it better than I. They sent for ye, too. I have to attend a meeting of the town council at 11, and 'tis drawing on for it." They parted thus in renewed friendship, Donald forbearing to ask Henchard for meanings that were not very plain to him. On Henchard's part there was now again repose. And yet, whenever he thought of Farfrae, it was with a dim dread, and he often regretted that he had told the young man his whole heart, and confided to him the secrets of his life. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 16. On this account Henchard's manner towards Farfrae insensibly became more reserved. He was courteous, too courteous, and Farfrae was quite surprised at the good breeding which now for the first time showed itself among the qualities of a man he had hitherto thought undisciplined, if warm and sincere. The corn factor seldom or never again put his arm upon the young man's shoulder so as to nearly weigh him down with the pressure of mechanized friendship. He left off coming to Donald's lodgings and shouting into the passage, "Hoy, Farfrae, boy, come and have some dinner with us. Don't sit here in solitary confinement." But in the daily routine of their business there was little change. Thus their lives rolled on till a day of public rejoicing was suggested to the country at large in celebration of a national event that had recently taken place. For some time Casterbridge, by nature slow, made no response. Then one day Donald Farfrae broached the subject to Henchard by asking if he would have any objection to lend some rick cloths to himself and a few others who contemplated getting up an entertainment of some sort on the day named, and required a shelter for the same, to which they might charge admission at the rate of so much a head. "Have as many cloths as you like," Henchard replied. When his manager had gone about the business, Henchard was fired with emulation.
It certainly had been very remiss of him, as mayor, he thought, to call no meeting ere this to discuss what should be done on this holiday. But Farfrae had been so cursed quick in his movements as to give old-fashioned people in authority no chance of the initiative. However, it was not too late, and on second thoughts he determined to take upon his own shoulders the responsibility of organizing some amusements, if the other councilmen would leave the matter in his hands. To this they quite readily agreed, the majority being fine old crusted characters who had a decided taste for living without worry. So Henchard set about his preparations for a really brilliant thing, such as should be worthy of the venerable town. As for Farfrae's little affair, Henchard nearly forgot it, except once now and then when, on it coming into his mind, he said to himself, "Charge admission at so much a head, just like a Scotchman. Who is going to pay anything a head?" The diversions which the mayor intended to provide were to be entirely free. He had grown so dependent upon Donald that he could scarcely resist calling him in to consult, but by sheer self-coercion he refrained. No, he thought, Farfrae would be suggesting such improvements in his damned luminous way that in spite of himself he, Henchard, would sink to the position of second fiddle and only scrape harmonies to his manager's talents. Everybody applauded the mayor's proposed entertainment, especially when it became known that he meant to pay for it all himself. Close to the town was an elevated green spot surrounded by an ancient square earthwork. Earthworks, square and not square, were as common as blackberries hereabout, a spot whereon the Casterbridge people usually held any kind of merry-making, meeting, or sheep-fair that required more space than the streets would afford. On one side it sloped to the river Froom, and from any point a view was obtained of the country round for many miles. This pleasant upland was to be the scene of Henchard's exploit. He advertised about the town, in long posters of a pink colour, that games of all sorts would take place here, and set to work a little battalion of men under his own eye. They erected greasy poles for climbing, with smoked hams and local cheeses at the top. They placed hurdles in rows for jumping over. Across the river they laid a slippery pole with a live pig of the neighbourhood tied at the other end, to become the property of the man who could walk over and get it. There were also provided wheelbarrows for racing, donkeys for the same, a stage for boxing, wrestling, and drawing blood generally, sacks for jumping in. Moreover, not forgetting his principles, Henchard provided a mammoth tea, of which everybody who lived in the borough was invited to partake without payment. The tables were laid parallel with the inner slope of the rampart, and awnings were stretched overhead. Passing to and fro, the mayor beheld the unattractive exterior of Farfrae's erection in the west walk, rick-cloths of different sizes and colours being hung up to the arching trees without any regard to appearance. He was easy in his mind now, for his own preparations far transcended these. The morning came. The sky, which had been remarkably clear down to within a day or two, was overcast, and the weather threatening, the wind having an unmistakable hint of water in it. Henchard wished he had not been quite so sure about the continuance of a fair season, but it was too late to modify or postpone, and the proceedings went on. At 12 o'clock the rain began to fall, small and steady, commencing and increasing so insensibly that it was difficult to state exactly when dry weather ended or wet established itself. In the end, the slight moisture resolved itself into a monotonous smiting of earth by heaven, in torrents to which no end could be prognosticated. A number of people had heroically gathered in the field, but by 3 o'clock Henchard discerned that his project was doomed to end in failure. The hams at the top of the poles dripped watered smoke in the form of a brown liquor. The pig shivered in the wind. The grain of the deal tables showed through the sticking tablecloths, for the awning allowed the rain to drift under at its will, and to enclose the sides at this hour seemed a useless undertaking. The landscape over the river disappeared. The wind played on the tent cords in Aeolian improvisations, and at length rose to such a pitch that the whole erection slanted to the ground, those who had taken shelter within it having to crawl out on their hands and knees. But towards 6 the storm abated, and a drier breeze shook the moisture from the grass bents. It seemed possible to carry out the programme after all. The awning was set up again, the band was called out from its shelter and ordered to begin, and where the tables had stood, a place was cleared for dancing. "But where are the folk?" said Henchard after the lapse of half an hour, during which time only 2 men and a woman had stood up to dance. "The shops are all shut. Why don't they come?" "They are at Farfrae's affair in the West Walk," answered a councilman who stood in the field with the mayor. "A few, I suppose, but where are the body of 'em?" "All out o' doors are there." "Then the more fools they." Henchard walked away moodily. 1 or 2 young fellows gallantly came to climb the poles to save the hams from being wasted, but as there were no spectators, and the whole scene presented the most melancholy appearance, Henchard gave orders that the proceedings were to be suspended, and the entertainment closed, the food to be distributed among the poor people of the town. In a short time nothing was left in the field but a few hurdles, the tents, and the poles. Henchard returned to his house, had tea with his wife and daughter, and then walked out. It was now dusk. He soon saw that the tendency of all promenaders was towards a particular spot in the walks, and eventually proceeded thither himself. The notes of a stringed band came from the enclosure that Farfrae had erected, the pavilion, as he called it, and when the mayor reached it he perceived that a gigantic tent had been ingeniously constructed without poles or ropes. The densest point of the avenue of sycamores had been selected, where the boughs made a closely interlaced vault overhead. To these boughs the canvas had been hung, and a barrel roof was the result. The end towards the wind was enclosed. The other end was open. Henchard went round and saw the interior. In form it was like the nave of a cathedral with one gable removed, but the scene within was anything but devotional. A reel or fling of some sort was in progress, and the usually sedate Farfrae was in the midst of the other dancers in the costume of a wild Highlander, flinging himself about and spinning to the tune. For a moment Henchard could not help laughing. Then he perceived the immense admiration for the Scotchman that revealed itself in the women's faces, and when this exhibition was over and a new dance proposed, and Donald had disappeared for a time, to return in his natural garments, he had an unlimited choice of partners, every girl being in a coming-on disposition towards one who so thoroughly understood the poetry of motion as he. All the town crowded to the walk, such a delightful idea of a ballroom never having occurred to the inhabitants before. Among the rest of the onlookers were Elizabeth and her mother, the former thoughtful yet much interested, her eyes beaming with a longing, lingering light, as if nature had been advised by Correggio in their creation. The dancing progressed with unabated spirit, and Henchard walked and waited till his wife should be disposed to go home. He did not care to keep in the light, and when he went into the dark it was worse, for there he heard remarks of a kind which were becoming too frequent. "Mr. Henchard's rejoicings couldn't say good morning to this," said one. "A man must be a headstrong stun-pole to think folk would go up to that bleak place to-day." The other answered that people said it was not only in such things as those that the mayor was wanting. "Where would his business be if it were not for this young fellow? 'Twas verily fortune sent him to Henchard. His accounts were like a bramblewood when Mr. Farfrae came. He used to reckon his sacks by chalk strokes all in a row, like garden palings, measure his ricks by stretching with his arms, weigh his trusses by a lift, judge his hay by a chaw, and settle the price with a curse. But now this accomplished young man does it all by ciphering and mensuration. Then the wheat, that sometimes used to taste so strong a mice when made into bread that people could fairly tell the breed, Farfrae has a plan for purifying, so that nobody would dream the smallest four-legged beast had walked over it once. Oh, yes, everybody is full of him, and the care Mr. Henchard has to keep him, to be sure," concluded this gentleman. "But he won't do it for long, good now," said the other. "No," said Henchard to himself behind the tree. "Or if he do, he'll be honeycombed clean out of all the character and standing that he's built up in these 18 year." He went back to the dancing pavilion. Farfrae was footing a quaint little dance with Elizabeth Jane, an old country thing, the only one she knew, and though he considerately toned down his movements to suit her demurer gait, the pattern of the shining little nails in the soles of his boots became familiar to the eyes of every bystander. The tune had enticed her into it, being a tune of a busy, vaulting, leaping sort, some low notes on the silver string of each fiddle, then a skipping on the small, like running up and down ladders. Miss MacLeod of Ayr was its name, so Mr. Farfrae had said, and that it was very popular in his own country. It was soon over, and the girl looked at Henchard for approval, but he did not give it. He seemed not to see her. "Look here, Farfrae," he said, like one whose mind was elsewhere, "I'll go to Port Breedy Great Market to-morrow myself. You can stay and put things right in your clothes-box, and recover strength to your knees after your vagaries." He planted on Donald an antagonistic glare that had begun as a smile. Some other townsmen came up, and Donald drew aside. "What's this, Henchard?" said Alderman Tubber, applying his thumb to the corn factor like a cheese taster. "An opposition randy to yours, eh? Jack's as good as his master, eh? Cut ye out quite, hasn't he?" "You see, Mr. Henchard," said the lawyer, another good-natured friend, "where you made the mistake was in going so far afield. You should have taken a leaf out of his book, and have had your sports in a sheltered place like this. But you didn't think of it, you see, and he did, and that's where he's beat you." "He'll be topsawyer soon of you two, and carry all afore him," added jocular Mr. Tubber. "No," said Henchard gloomily, "he won't be that, because he's shortly going to leave me." He looked towards Donald, who had come near. "Mr. Farfrae's time as my manager is drawing to a close, isn't it, Farfrae?" The young man, who could now read the lines and folds of Henchard's strongly traced face as if they were clear verbal inscriptions, quietly assented. And when people deplored the fact and asked why it was, he simply replied that Mr. Henchard no longer required his help. Henchard went home, apparently satisfied. But in the morning, when his jealous temper had passed away, his heart sank within him at what he had said and done. He was the more disturbed when he found that this time Farfrae was determined to take him at his word. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 17. Elizabeth Jane had perceived from Henchard's manner that in assenting to dance she had made a mistake of some kind. In her simplicity she did not know what it was, till a hint from a nodding acquaintance enlightened her. As the mayor's step-daughter, she learnt, she had not been quite in her place in treading a measure amid such a mixed throng as filled the dancing pavilion. Thereupon her ears, cheeks, and chin glowed like live coals at the dawning of the idea that her tastes were not good enough for her position and would bring her into disgrace. This made her very miserable, and she looked about for her mother, but Mrs. Henchard, who had less idea of conventionality than Elizabeth herself, had gone away, leaving her daughter to return at her own pleasure. The latter moved on into the dark, dense old avenues, or rather vaults of living woodwork, which ran along the town boundary, and stood reflecting. A man followed in a few minutes, and her face being towards the shine from the tent, he recognized her. It was Farfrae, just come from the dialogue with Henchard which had signified his dismissal. "And it's you, Miss Newson, and I've been looking for ye everywhere," he said, overcoming a sadness imparted by the estrangement with the corn merchant. "May I walk on with you as far as your street corner?" She thought there might be something wrong in this, but did not utter any objection. So together they went on, first down the west walk, and then into the bowling walk, till Farfrae said, "It's like that I'm going to leave you soon." She faltered. "Why?" "Oh, as a mere matter of business, nothing more, but we'll not concern ourselves about it. It is for the best. I hoped to have another dance with you." She said she could not dance in any proper way. "Nay, but you do. It's the feeling for it rather than the learning of steps that makes pleasant dancers. I fear I offended your father by getting up this, and now perhaps I'll have to go to another part of the world altogether." This seemed such a melancholy prospect that Elizabeth Jane breathed a sigh, letting it off in fragments that he might not hear her. But darkness makes people truthful, and the Scotchman went on impulsively. Perhaps he had heard her, after all. "I wish I was richer, Miss Newson, and your stepfather had not been offended. I would ask you something in a short time. Yes, I would ask you to-night. But that's not for me." What he would have asked her he did not say, and instead of encouraging him she remained incompetently silent. Thus, afraid one of another, they continued their promenade along the walls till they got near the bottom of the bowling walk. 20 steps further and the trees would end, and the street corner and lamps appear. In consciousness of this, they stopped. "I never found out who it was that sent us to Durnover Granary on a fool's errand that day," said Donald in his undulating tones. "Did ye ever know yourself, Miss Newson?" "Never," said she. "I wonder why they did it." "For fun, perhaps?" "Perhaps it was not for fun. It might have been that they thought they would like us to stay waiting there, talking to one another. Aye, well, I hope you Casterbridge folk will not forget me if I go." "That I'm sure we won't," she said earnestly. "I wish you wouldn't go at all." They had got into the lamplight. "Now I'll think over that," said Donald Farfrae, "and I'll not come up to your door, but part from you here, lest it make your father more angry still." They parted, Farfrae returning into the dark bowling walk, and Elizabeth Jane going up the street. Without any consciousness of what she was doing, she started running with all her might till she reached her father's door. "Oh, dear me, what am I at?" she thought as she pulled up breathless. Indoors she fell to conjecturing the meaning of Farfrae's enigmatic words about not daring to ask her what he fain would. Elizabeth, that silent, observing woman, had long noted how he was rising in favour among the townspeople, and, knowing Henchard's nature now, she had feared that Farfrae's days as manager were numbered, so that the announcement gave her little surprise. Would Mr. Farfrae stay in Casterbridge, despite his words and her father's dismissal? His occult breathings to her might be solvable by his course in that respect. The next day was windy, so windy that walking in the garden she picked up a portion of the draft of a letter on business in Donald Farfrae's writing, which had flown over the wall from the office. The useless scrap she took indoors, and began to copy the calligraphy, which she much admired. The letter began, "Dear Sir," and presently writing on a loose slip, "Elizabeth Jane," she laid the latter over "Sir," making the phrase, "Dear Elizabeth Jane." When she saw the effect, a quick red ran up her face and warmed her through, though nobody was there to see what she had done. She quickly tore up the slip and threw it away. After this she grew cool and laughed at herself, walked about the room and laughed again, not joyfully, but distressfully rather. It was quickly known in Casterbridge that Farfrae and Henchard had decided to dispense with each other. Elizabeth Jane's anxiety to know if Farfrae were going away from the town reached a pitch that disturbed her, for she could no longer conceal from herself the cause. At length the news reached her that he was not going to leave the place. A man following the same trade as Henchard, but on a very small scale, had sold his business to Farfrae, who was forthwith about to start as corn and hay merchant on his own account. Her heart fluttered when she heard of this step of Donald's, proving that he meant to remain, and yet would a man who cared one little bit for her have endangered his suit by setting up a business in opposition to Mr. Henchard's? Surely not, and it must have been a passing impulse only which had led him to address her so softly. To solve the problem whether her appearance on the evening of the dance were such as to inspire a fleeting love at first sight, she dressed herself up exactly as she had dressed then, the muslin, the spencer, the sandals, the parasol, and looked in the mirror. The picture glassed back was, in her opinion, precisely of such a kind as to inspire that fleeting regard, and no more. Just enough to make him silly, and not enough to keep him so, she said luminously. And Elizabeth thought, in a much lower key, that by this time he had discovered how plain and homely was the informing spirit of that pretty outside. Hence, when she felt her heart going out to him, she would say to herself with a mock pleasantry that carried an ache with it, "No, no, Elizabeth Jane, such dreams are not for you." She tried to prevent herself from seeing him and thinking of him, succeeding fairly well in the former attempt, in the latter not so completely. Henchard, who had been hurt at finding that Farfrae did not mean to put up with his temper any longer, was incensed beyond measure when he learnt what the young man had done as an alternative. It was in the town hall, after a council meeting, that he first became aware of Farfrae's coup for establishing himself independently in the town, and his voice might have been heard as far as the town pump, expressing his feelings to his fellow councilmen. These tones showed that, though under a long reign of self-control he had become mayor and churchwarden and what not, there was still the same unruly volcanic stuff beneath the rind of Michael Henchard as when he had sold his wife at Weydon Fair. "Well, he's a friend of mine, and I'm a friend of his. Or if we are not, what are we? Odd send, if I've not been his friend, who has, I should like to know? Didn't he come here without a sound shoe to his foot? Didn't I keep him here? Help him to a living? Didn't I help him to money or whatever he wanted? I stuck out for no terms. I said, name your own price. I'd have shared my last crust with that young fellow at one time, I liked him so well. And now he's defied me. But damn him, I'll have a tussle with him now, at fair buying and selling, mind, at fair buying and selling. And if I can't overbid such a stripling as he, then I'm not wuth a varden. We'll show that we know our business as well as one here and there." His friends of the corporation did not specially respond. Henchard was less popular now than he had been when nearly 2 years before they had voted him to the chief magistracy on account of his amazing energy. While they had collectively profited by this quality of the corn factors, they had been made to wince individually on more than one occasion, so he went out of the hall and down the street alone. Reaching home, he seemed to recollect something with a sour satisfaction. He called Elizabeth Jane. Seeing how he looked when she entered, she appeared alarmed. "Nothing to find fault with," he said, observing her concern. "Only I want to caution you, my dear. That man, Farfrae, it is about him. I've seen him talking to you 2 or 3 times. He danced with thee at the rejoicings, and came home with thee. Now, no blame to you. But just hearken. Have you made him any foolish promise? Gone the least bit beyond sniff and snaff at all?" "No, I have promised him nothing." "Good. All's well that ends well. I particularly wish you not to see him again." "Very well, sir." "You promise?" She hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Yes, if you much wish it." "I do. He's an enemy to our house." When she had gone, he sat down and wrote in a heavy hand to Farfrae, thus: "Sir, I make request that henceforth you and my stepdaughter be as strangers to each other. She, on her part, has promised to welcome no more addresses from you, and I trust, therefore, you will not attempt to force them upon her. M. Henchard." One would almost have supposed Henchard to have had policy to see that no better modus vivendi could be arrived at with Farfrae than by encouraging him to become his son-in-law. But such a scheme for buying over a rival had nothing to recommend it to the mayor's headstrong faculties. With all domestic finesse of that kind, he was hopelessly at variance. Loving a man or hating him, his diplomacy was as wrong-headed as a buffalo's, and his wife had not ventured to suggest the course which she, for many reasons, would have welcomed gladly. Meanwhile, Donald Farfrae had opened the gates of commerce on his own account at a spot on Durnover Hill, as far as possible from Henchard's stores, and with every intention of keeping clear of his former friend and employer's customers. There was, it seemed to the younger man, room for both of them, and to spare. The town was small, but the corn and hay trade was proportionately large, and with his native sagacity he saw opportunity for a share of it. So determined was he to do nothing which would seem like trade antagonism to the mayor, that he refused his first customer, a large farmer of good repute, because Henchard and this man had dealt together within the preceding 3 months. "He was once my friend," said Farfrae, "and it's not for me to take business from him. I am sorry to disappoint you, but I cannot hurt the trade of a man who's been so kind to me." In spite of this praiseworthy course, the Scotchman's trade increased. Whether it were that his northern energy was an overmastering force among the easy-going Wessex worthies, or whether it was sheer luck, the fact remained that whatever he touched he prospered in. Like Jacob in Paddan Aram, he would no sooner humbly limit himself to the ring-straked and spotted exceptions of trade than the ring-straked and spotted would multiply and prevail. But most probably luck had little to do with it. "Character is fate," said Novalis, and Farfrae's character was just the reverse of Henchard's, who might not inaptly be described as Faust has been described, as a vehement, gloomy being who had quitted the ways of vulgar men without light to guide him on a better way. Farfrae duly received the request to discontinue attentions to Elizabeth Jane. His acts of that kind had been so slight that the request was almost superfluous. Yet he had felt a considerable interest in her, and after some cogitation he decided that it would be as well to enact no Romeo part just then, for the young girl's sake no less than his own. Thus the incipient attachment was stifled down. A time came when, avoid collision with his former friend as he might, Farfrae was compelled, in sheer self-defence, to close with Henchard in mortal commercial combat. He could no longer parry the fierce attacks of the latter by simple avoidance. As soon as their war of prices began, everybody was interested, and some few guessed the end. It was in some degree northern insight matched against southern doggedness, the dirk against the cudgel, and Henchard's weapon was one which, if it did not deal ruin at the first or second stroke, left him afterwards well nigh at his antagonist's mercy. Almost every Saturday they encountered each other amid the crowd of farmers which thronged about the market-place in the weekly course of their business. Donald was always ready, and even anxious, to say a few friendly words, but the mayor invariably gazed stormfully past him, like one who had endured and lost on his account, and could in no sense forgive the wrong. Nor did Farfrae's snubbed manner of perplexity at all appease him. The large farmers, corn merchants, millers, auctioneers, and others, each had an official stall in the corn market room, with their names painted thereon; and when, to the familiar series of Henchard, Everdene, Shiner, Darton, and so on, was added one inscribed Farfrae in staring new letters, Henchard was stung into bitterness. Like Bellerophon, he wandered away from the crowd, cankered in soul. From that day Donald Farfrae's name was seldom mentioned in Henchard's house. If at breakfast or dinner Elizabeth Jane's mother inadvertently alluded to her favourite's movements, the girl would implore her by a look to be silent, and her husband would say, "What, are you too my enemy?" End of chapter 17.